What's up everybody, it's me Johnny G and welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to finish the story reading for the Arknights Retracing Our Steps event. Now, as you guys know, I streamed the first half of the event and played those stages up through, I think it was Story 2 and OS-T-5 or whatever the main one is, OS-5? Yeah, that one. And then I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Story 3 and Story 4 to read yet for you. But originally I intended to do that during a stream, but I'm pretty busy with all the other stuff I'm working on right now, so I figured I would put this together and just do a quick recording of me reading through the story, a little bit less distraction for me that way, so that hopefully I can get through it pretty quick for you. Now, the other thing is, we still have to beat OS-S-5, so I may or may not have just done that, and we're going to show you that right here first and foremost. Once that's done, we'll do story, and then we'll break things up a little bit by completing a couple challenge mode stages for the EX as we go. So, with that said, let's go ahead and get started and dive right in. Okay, so first things first, before we jump into anything else here, it took me a long time to figure this out, but I managed to beat OS-5 with my own team here. And we're gonna see if I can do it again, just for you guys. But I had a little bit of a very awkward strategy. Actually, I doubt it would work. I was gonna say, let's see if I can auto-deploy it. Let's see if I can auto-deploy it just so that it shows you how I did it, but I doubt it'll probably fail. If it fails, we'll go back and try to play it as I did. But let's see what happens. It's a 2 times.
Easy peasy.
Use Texas, Mulesies. I beat it perfectly, but man was it a pain.
Oh, wishes. I beg you.
Shoe. This was so bad. I got lucky with that hit with Narantuya there. Now my left side was Lapland and Sakiko. Right side temporarily is Mulesies, but she does lose here. I am gonna have a moment where, because of these guys, that we do get the avalanche there. Shoe gets pushed back, but it does work out. Monster kills that for me, so we're kind of good for now. There's Silver Ash. I used him kind of temporarily. Lost Lapland. We should L. Left side's good, right side's good. Temporarily. Right side ends up needing stacked here near the end.
For the snow shall bury us all.
Okay. Yeah, we use Lapland.
The gentle warmth.
There's our heals. Okay. This actually might work out. This might work out. It's the right side though. Okay, we use Mulesies. We use Texas. Monster finishes this, and then we end up using Texas the Omertosa last minute. There, done. Okay, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. I don't have to replay it. Let's go. So we Narantuya, and then we do a last minute like Lapland here. Yu holds off on his own pretty well. Boom. Woo. What a crazy stage, and it took me so long to figure that out. You guys saw how I did it in the last, like in the video, as far as like the stream that I did, where I had tackled the rest of the stages and I got to that, but that was a pain. But we did it. Whew, what a rough one. Okay, so now let's continue where we left off here with the story for OS-6. My goodness. See, already starting off horribly. Troby Asher. How much longer? Patience, please, Mr. Bellingham. As you know, the Duke has been very busy lately, having to receive several guests each day. You should remember, sir, the last time I came here. So, I'd like to ask, how's she been lately? Fairly pleasant for the most part. After all, the negotiations with the KJERAGANDR have been nearing completion for over the past few days. This guy's chisel chin, like man, shovel chin looking thing. As soon as he finishes speaking, a dejected gentleman strides past the Trilby Asher. Trilby Asher recognizes him as Derek, head of the press office. Perhaps due to the recent wave of bad publicity, he wipes the sweat off his brow with trembling hands. I suspect today is not one such day. Is that Bellingham outside? Let him in first. Don't keep him waiting. Doing some grinding on my other account while I read here. The butler nods and the Trilby Asher hesitates for a moment before stepping into the room. Seated in the middle was the Duke of Castor, with a young noble standing at her side. I have another question. What kind of person is this KJERAGANDR representative you met? He is a merchant, Your Grace. KJERAGANDR. Tell him that should he agree to my terms, I am willing to lift some of the embargoes on industrial equipment. For them, there are many ways to obtain cheap minerals, and KJERAG is hardly irreplaceable. I will let him know that only Victoria can satisfy his technological and equipment needs, especially when it comes to Originium. No. You are a member of House Castor. These minuti are best left for servants to convey, whereas we should always leave ourselves room to maneuver. KJERAGANDRs know little about the resources we command, so why not let them exercise their imagination? Do you understand? No worries. I guarantee you that he will side with us. 1 second here. Boom. Forever honor your commitments. If you cannot, don't make them in the first place. That is true with a KJERAGANDR representative, and even more so for me. You may leave. Yes, my apologies, Your Grace. Once again, you have to see me disciplining these good-for-nothing whelps. Belly. I thank you. I thank Your Grace for the trust you have placed in me. Let's not waste time on small talk. I trust you saw the gentleman who left earlier, yes? If I'm not mistaken, that was a certain Derek, a man in charge of news and public opinion. He should have reported to me that the negative press, be it about KJERAG or Victoria, was under my control. He was instead quite profuse with his complaints, going on and on about how he couldn't do it, and that it would take too long to communicate with the film crew, that he wanted to trouble me to watch the footage they sent back. If he feels like he hasn't been given enough time, he should have known that my patience has its limits too. So, do you have any good news for me, Belly? Yes, Your Grace. Our informant at the Rhine Observatory provided very accurate intel. Indeed, there is something highly suspicious about the mining site in which KJERAG is working with KJERAGANDR. Following the clues she provided, my men successfully infiltrated the site and obtained these data tables. Just point out the highlights. Please look at this section and the subsequent section on the next page. The former represents the mine's daily output, whereas the latter represents the purchase volume or export volume. Finally, the last page is the mine's financial report. Pay particular attention to the net profitability figure. For example, in the last 2 months, the difference is massive. This mining site has been operating at a loss, and the greater the extraction, the greater the losses. Exactly. We even found this mine import record. Please take a look. A large mining site needs to separately import the very same materials. Therefore, I believe this confirms the earlier theory. This so-called joint mining project is actually Carlin Trade's arsenal in disguise. And this is the trump card that has been flipped over, sitting right there in a mining site shared jointly with a foreign company. Which is why our agents, including myself, initially overlooked this area. It is hard to imagine that anyone could stomach such a risk. Placing a piece in what normally would be a blind spot. It's very much his style. However, you're still one move behind, Belly. As difficult as it is to admit, when Wellington made his move, it became imperative for us to strengthen ourselves. Given these circumstances, Yerag is a valuable asset. I will not accept a lose-lose scenario. We must ensure that Enceotus's military preparations do not catch us flat-footed. Only by knowing what his trump card exactly is can we properly plan against Yerag in advance. Your Grace, if you wish to confront the Duke of Wellington, bringing Yerag under the control of House Castor, as well as seizing their manpower and resources, is of utmost priority. I personally believe that we should conduct a comprehensive survey of this mining site. I believe the KJERAGANDR will accept your term, and it's only a matter of time until they withdraw from Yerag. As soon as we take control of this mining area, I will send our envoys there immediately. Why not act before the paperwork is officially signed? We cannot give Garland Trade the time to cover their tracks. So, under the buyer's name, look for another excuse through the Vinebead Court. Even if they suspect that something is amiss with the KJERAGANDR, a hasty retreat would inevitably leave traces behind. The Vinebead Court is ultimately an expendable asset. Due to your previous botch job, there's no way Enceotus would not have his eye on them. Then we'll squeeze every last drop of value from the Vinebead Court before Enceotus makes his move. Is that truly the missing step, Belly? Be more economical and think through some more. The current Great Elder has consistently turned down my goodwill, and given the inability to mobilize the full strength of the Vinebead Court, we must be more careful when assessing the feasibility of this plan. Yet, Your Grace, he did not stop us from infiltrating the lower and middle ranks either. Perhaps this is the Vinebead Court's persistent arrogance, ripe for us to take advantage. Perhaps the allure of overthrowing Enceotus will prove to be a gift too irresistible for Yerag's religious figures. So, do you intend to? You are free to move the pawns inside the Vinebead Court as you please, but you must find out exactly what is going on within the mining site. Let us wait to see how Enceotus reacts. He might just give us another reason to get involved in Yerag. Yes, Your Grace. Right, I'd like you to do me a favor. Derek left some odds and ends behind. Go ahead and take them with you. When it comes to your dealings with foreign nations, we always have some journalist friends who make too much noise. Can I set the camera up right here? Thank you. Let's get started if you're ready. Adso. Venerable Great Elder Adso, thank you for so much for agreeing to this interview. I sincerely hope you are willing to answer a few of my questions, as well as those of the countless others who want to know more about Yerag. First, I'd like to ask something that many around Yerag have been curious about recently. The people of Yerag broadly believe that KJERAGANDR protects this land. In your opinion, how would you explain this catastrophe? Does this mean that Yerag has lost its divine protection? That is correct. KJERAGANDR indeed watches over this land. However, she is not a tyrant who imposes harsh decrees, but rather a patient mentor with a guiding hand. Her protection of Yerag is not as straightforward as many would imagine. Her knowledge of the true way of life runs deep, and so she taught the people of Yerag how to live in this land, filled with calamity and devoid of thought. Thus the people of Yerag came to have a soul, and the many calamities no longer disturb them. Even so, I am still very curious as to how a god who neither reveals its true form nor has performed any miracles as proof of its divinity can earn a people's faith. This belief seems to lack any grounding in evidence. Yes, from afar, I can see that you hide your arrogance behind polite words. You try to reduce Yerag's beliefs into a most basic form of logic, which you then criticize in an attempt to extol your own correctness and wisdom. Please believe me, that was not my intent. It's fine, don't worry. Then may I ask you a question first? In your opinion, what kind of principles do the Victorians, who observe no religion, follow in their lives? That's a simple answer. Victoria has her own laws. Who drafted these laws, and who granted them the authority to do so? If you're asking about the legitimacy of the Victorian regime, we need only look back at history to answer that question. The land was originally occupied by Dracos until about 300 years ago, when Aslans from Sargon launched a rebellion in Victoria, ultimately seizing control of the country. Then I take it that, in your view, might makes right. Aslans are strong and therefore righteous. Dracos are weak and therefore unjust. This so-called justice shifts just as easily as the balance of power in war. By the same logic, the devils of Kasdal should feel no shame or remorse about invading the lands of other nations, their only sin being that they fell one step short of ultimate victory. That is a patently absurd conclusion. Of course. I doubt that any regime would hinge its legitimacy upon violence, because they know all too well that violence will inevitably be undone by greater violence. Nothing can remain young and mighty forever, neither people nor governments, therefore they must become compassionate, in hope that the same compassion will be afforded to them when they are weak. So, let us return to that question. Why do the legal principles we take for granted, or rather the virtues prevalent across the different civilizations sharing this land, exist in the first place? To where should we direct our questions? Do we possess the sublimity inherent to being human? Are our lives innately meaningful? Apologies, but I am not well versed in these subjects of philosophical speculation. May I ask, what is the point of these questions that seem so far removed from our daily lives? You mention life. In fact, as long as you seriously reflect upon your own life, you will very easily find that there is nobody on this great land who is entirely devoid of faith. People always choose to place their faith in something, be it money, violence, knowledge, fame, philanthropy, or pleasure. If a person genuinely believes that nothing is inherently true, then he will quickly find himself akin to a puppet with its strings cut, unable to move at all. The followers of KJERAGANDR seek the eternal solace of the mind by questioning ourselves and seeking out the traces of her existence. An interesting thought indeed. This seems quite different from the common perceptions floating around Yerag. Please tell me, what was your perception of Yerag before you witnessed the human tragedy caused by catastrophe? The last pure land on Terra, a sanctuary protected by the gods, a land of simple and kind, poor but happy people. You're quite well versed in these touristy catchphrases. It was your people who discovered and abused the power of Originium, which ruined everything. You know that countless people drowned beneath the waves you stirred, and it is this guilt that led you people to weave your illusions into the fantasy of Yerag, a paradise where one can reap the benefits of Originium with none of the costs. You imagine purity because you know filth, innocence because you know deception, magnanimity because you know opportunism, piety because you know nihilism. How then can you see the farmers who've left their homeland behind, the craftsmen whose unfinished goods pile up like a mountain, and the hunters who return home empty-handed? You might even deny the existence of these people so that you may feel at ease when you swallow the blood and sweat of us savages to purify your souls. As an investigative journalist, it is my responsibility to spread the truth, and I am hardly the only Victorian who cares about the truth regarding Yerag. Young lady, you promised to spread the truth about Yerag across the lands, yet your lenses are pointed at those who are more lost, more deserving of pity. Do you think we should call this the truth, or simply a fable? I must admit, your questions have left me chagrined. Be it my colleagues or myself, it is hard to set down our morbid curiosity as onlookers. All you need to know is that Yerag's belongings are not playthings sitting behind the glass of a Victorian shop. Yerag does not and will not need anyone's pity or charity. Yerag will always be the people of KJERAGANDR, a home of the Yerag people. All right, I think I'm convinced now. So, in your opinion, this catastrophe will not shake the people's faith in KJERAGANDR? To be honest, Yerag's faith is undergoing a serious test. I cannot deny that this catastrophe has sown the seeds of darkness in the hearts of the people, causing them to gradually turn to violence and selfishness, abandoning many of their former virtues. But was all this due to a catastrophe? A seed cannot germinate without the proper soil. The current turmoil in Yerag only proves that people's beliefs had already changed, long before the catastrophe itself, and the cause of all this is Enceodus. Are you referring to Mr. Enceodus Silverash, the chairman of Carlin Trade? For thousands of years, Yerag has been spared from catastrophe by our adherence to the order laid down by our god. However, the Vinebead Court is not the rigidly conservative institution that outsiders think. Even in the era before power was restored to the three clans, records in the Vinebead Court's Hall of Writings confirm that the court was involved in, and sometimes even instrumental to, the vast majority of changes across Yerag's history. However, we simply remind ourselves constantly of the wisdom and virtues she taught to us, ensuring that each step we take does not become counterproductive. And this order formed through the Vinebead Court has proven its reliability and stability over the long years. Yet when you don your skis and snowboards and zoom down our snow-capped peaks, how often do you turn back to look at those who lack the condition and ability to keep up? No matter how much you might want to turn back and wait, the falling snow will obstruct your view until the exhilaration carried upon the wind engulfs your every thought. You believe that Yerag's current reforms are too radical. Therefore, if anyone can be held responsible for the current state of Yerag, it can only be Enceodus. So, as an elder of the Vinebead Court, are you planning to make any changes in response to this situation? No, I won't lightly say that I'll be making any changes myself. I simply believe that for thousands of years the enemies of KJERAGANDR have all vanished into the snowdrifts of history. The registration documents are all here. Please make sure this envelope makes its way to Mr. Edelweiss of Carlin Trade. Don't worry. We were established by Carlin Trade and know Mr. Edelweiss very well. There won't be any mistakes. Glad to hear it. Elena turns her head somewhat nervously. After the catastrophe, the people of Yerag have largely preferred to remain at home, with one exception, the market. Hundreds of people crowded together in residential areas, temples, stores, and street stalls, sorrow on their faces matching the gloomy weather. At the far end of the market, Joanna is gesturing to her with her hands, her mouth open as if beckoning for her to come quickly. That's one thing. I was reading that as Joanna, and as I was working on my other project that you guys are going to see here soon, I started to see more of like the pronunciation stuff. So of course it's supposed to be Joanna instead of Joanna because of the region that this stuff is based on and where Snow Hunter comes from. So that's kind of funny. But I learned a lot about some of the pronunciations. I'll say that much. That's one. There are other words and things that I definitely mispronounced and I've learned better, but it's fun. Be right there. Gotta keep a low profile. Elena lowers her head and turns her face away, hurrying away against the flow of pedestrians. Countless Yerag people brush past her while another Rhine Lab employee squeezes into the crowd and follows the current. Why should we choose the most crowded place? People are forced to gather here in order to barter for necessities or to receive relief supplies, but they suppress their fear as a fact worn on their sleeves, many of them showing up in not but simple local attire. Carolyn instinctively pulls her coat in tighter, walking past the men and women until she stops at the entrance to a quiet little temple. She leans against the doorframe, its paint worn and peeling, and hesitantly turns her head to look around, searching for someone else who also has an appointment. Damn it, the bell rang already. All I wanted was to find a place to continue my research. Why am I stuck doing this kind of work? She pounds the wall next to her angrily until suddenly a hoarse question reaches her ears. Oh, lost lady, why do you treat the property of KJERAGANDR in such a manner? I'm sorry. 1 second. I accidentally clicked. I'm sorry. How should I make amends? There's no need for that. Set everything down and come with me. Should it be agreeable to you, please rest in the courtyard. I shall explain the profundity of these scriptures to you, so as to soothe your restless heart. 」 . The old man unlocks the temple gate, and Carolyn pauses apprehensively to look around before stepping inside. The devotee then follows her in and shuts the gate again. You're the one they mentioned, the one who can bring me out. Choosing to meet up here is incredibly risky, is it not? People are undoubtedly going to be anxious in the aftermath of a catastrophe. Wandering around in sparsely populated open areas is only going to invite more suspicion. Let's get down to business. We don't have time to waste. Have you acquired all the intel? I have, but it's not meant for you. Duke of Castor's men promised that once they took over the mine, I would be able to leave Yerag via the internal railway. I don't know what they told you, but now is the time for you to do your part. The mine is currently in the handover period. Once the Victorians have finished their inspection, I will take you there to meet them. I ask for your patience, madam. It is a precious virtue indeed. I hope this is the last time. Did you hear that? Or what? It sounded a bit like thunder. How strange. It seemed to come from the mountains. And also, achoo! What's this? The tip of my nose feels all chilly. Huh? That's weird. Why is it snowing again? We're in the middle of the snowy season. What's so strange about that? No, that can't be it. Even at this time of year, there are always signs before it starts snowing. The girl lifts her head, her expression suddenly turning serious. It's snowing, but it doesn't smell like snow. It's very strange. An old man once said that the snow only loses its scent when something truly terrible is about to happen. Is KJERAGANDR warning us again? Divine will is less important than how heavy the snowfall is going to be and how it will threaten our safety. As for the scent of snow you mentioned, the air temperature and humidity change before it snows, which may give off the illusion of a peculiar scent. To treat it as some way of gauging the weather, or even as a divination of some sort is... well, I frankly don't think it makes any sense. Oh no, the scent of the snow is the scent of the snow, not some other smell. KJERAGANDR has given hunters a keen sense of smell and eyes that can see in the dark. On the snowfields, we know much more than you do. Okay then, I don't mean to question your personal experience, but I still have to act according to my own experience. As Elena speaks, she sets up the observation equipment and begins to carefully record the data. The girl pouts discontentedly, looking at the device with a distinctively old-fashioned Yerag look. That lump of metal of yours has been beeping this entire time, and it's heavy too. We would have gotten here way sooner without having to lug it around. But it's how we can make sure that every step we take is safe and secure. After a catastrophe, we must be extremely cautious inside Originium zones. A sudden gust of wind rises, causing Elena to stumble, but Joanna catches her from behind just in the nick of time. Thanks. The chilly snowflake-laced wind sweeps over them, and all other noise ceases save for the whistling wind and its sharp, biting cold. How did the temperature drop so sharply all of a sudden? Is this... I know of a deserted village up ahead. Let's head over there and find a house to shelter in. Enya, who's been lagging behind the group because she was flipping through her notebook, steps in between the two. She stretches her palms out, her fingertips only slightly reddened from the cold. Come, take my hand. The fresh snow is too slippery and the terrain here is steep as well. It would be terrible if someone slipped and fell here. You're both hesitating. Do you not want to hold my hands? Enya, Your Holiness, No, thank you. One hand extends forward. I'm just doing this for Her Holiness. Joanna turns her head away, but nevertheless places her hand within Enya's. Phew. Thankfully, the temple is in a much better state than the other buildings because there are still people who come by occasionally to do repairs. The three shake off the thick snow from their cloaks. They arrive at the village only briefly before the snow starts to come down heavily, fluttering down like feathers. You two, go ahead and rest. I'll see if the fireplace here can still be lit. You can usually find a small woodshed behind the village temple. I'll go take a look. Need my help? I'm good. You Didn't you say you were going to do the weather forecast? Just go do your thing. I've already set it up. The measuring device will automatically gather data from our surrounding area, so I can help you carry... I told you I'm good. Don't follow me. Before Elena can even stand up, Joanna already manages to feel out the small door behind the temple statue with practiced ease. The layout of any Yerag monastery is more or less the same. The girl rushes out back, and the door slams loudly behind her. Did I do something to upset her? Maybe just a little, but not that much. Don't worry about it. Every time. Her kitty mouth expression gets me every single time. Joanna is a kind girl. Even when she's grumpy, she still wants you to be warm. Just like not long ago when she protected me from assassins, even though she despises me. However, for many of Yerag's villagers, your thoughts and words can hurt them, even if they are without malice. I'm sorry, I was too rash. That's not your fault, nor is it the fault of Yerag's people. If anything is at fault, perhaps it is simply your differences. Any sort of communication between people is about these differences. Even partners who work together in the lab, sharing the same ideas and goals, can still have disagreements. Which is why communication and understanding between people is so precious. Enya folds her cloak and puts it aside, point to a snowflake on it that is not yet melted. Oh, look at that. A snowflake? People of Yerag sometimes use snowflakes that have not melted upon stepping indoors as a form of divination. These unbroken branch-like snowflakes are a sign that our journey will be smooth. According to folklore, the snow is a messenger protected by KJERAGANDR, carrying important truths and omens. It can predict the harvest, the hunt, the craftsman's hammer fall, and even quarrels between friends and lovers. Some may say this iconic tree-like hexagonal snowflake and well-defined branches is a sign of good fortune, but others just as easily see it with a broken connection, an omen of disaster. Within a broken connection. Within it. Oh my goodness. And so, regardless of, of what happens in the end, the fortune teller always has something to say. Worst case scenario, they always say the diviner you met was just bad. The movement of the stars had already revealed the truth long ago, and use that to defend their authority. You also seem quite knowledgeable about divination, Elena. You could say I've had some run-ins with them due to family circumstances. In any case, most divination has nothing to do with revealing the truth. It's just a form of self-delusion and sophistry. A place where no people wish to go has no roads leading to it. If a problem does not exist, there will be no solution created to resolve it. Fate is a fickle thing, just as your science should acknowledge that there are many things on this land that cannot be controlled or predicted. On this great land, we are but tiny people trying to grasp a glimmer of the prophetic and true. Is this so different from the origins of scientific discovery? Knowledge is what makes people feel safe and allows them to face an unreasonably uncertain future. In a sense, coincidence, probability, and fate are all the same concept. Fate falls on many, just as this snowflake has fallen on my cloak. I get it. Even placebos can be efficacious. Can be an efficacious type of medicine. But I've also seen many things in modern Yerag. In the past, I always tried to see such strong beliefs as a kind of cultural phenomenon, a ritual, a projection, a form of comfort seeking. But what exactly are they to you people? She asks the question in a soft, subdued voice. The wind outside the window has already subsided significantly. Yerag's Saintess looks up at the statue of KJERAGANDR on the altar. Beneath a slab of stone engraved with messy markings, several brightly colored figurines sit side by side. They were exhibition goods produced around the time of the Lake Silbernerza ceremony. By the looks of things, someone brought them to this village. Someone brought them to this village temple as an offering to the recluse of KJERAGANDR. The clerics of the Vinebead Court often describe faith as walking into the darkness without a lamp, or leaping fearlessly into a silent ravine. Everyone always seems to yearn for her. Ascetics, devout believers, faithful followers of the commandments, countless people endure innumerable hardships just to reach her side. But for me, she tries hard to recall, but the memories in her mind are now but struggling fragments, jumping around like frames from a movie, shrouded in a dark haze. A strong emotion surges once more within Enya's heart. Trouble! Joanna suddenly rushes in with a gasp, firewood in her arms, her cheeks flushed from running. I just saw, coming down the mountain, lots of Victorian cars heading for the mine. Victorians? The mine is a joint operation with KJERAGANDR. What are they going to do there? Trying to do there? Have they already picked up on our trail? Don't panic just yet. Regardless of what business they have within the mine, we have to hurry. Let's pack up our things and set out immediately. We need to be even more careful and discreet on the road ahead. Just a second, please. I need to pack up my instrument first and Wait. How could this... What are you dawdling around for? Hurry and pack it up here. I'll help you. What is this? This moderate catastrophe risk written here. Does it mean what I think it means? Catastrophe. Could there be another catastrophe brewing? Oh no. That isn't good. All right, let's do the after. Grab a drink here. You know, it's real hard getting an audience with you these days, Ensiotis. I am truly sorry I was unable to attend the matriarch's funeral. Madam Cirrus, I am deeply saddened by what has befallen the Browntail clan. Please let me know if there's anything Clan Silverash can do to help. Thanks, Ensiotis. But that's not what I came here to discuss. Your visit this time, Madam Cirrus, must be to give me a chance to earn your trust. My sister once told me that you're least trustworthy when you lower your head like this. Whoops. I wonder about your opinion of me, then. You don't have to beat around the bush. I don't like it. My sister used to scold me for being impulsive, and for not always thinking things through before I speak or act. I wanted to prove to her that I didn't need to hide under her wing, that I could do something for Clan Browntail. But now, as new matriarch of the clan, there is no one left for me to prove anything to. I understand how you feel. I also have 2 younger sisters. And you think they're both smarter than me, huh? Both Ensia and the Saintess. You think too little of yourself, Madam Cirrus. However, I do think they share your persistence and determination. Is Ensia okay? I heard she was in an accident. Thank you for your concern. She is safe and sound and has already returned home. You always keep that calm and composed demeanor. What I want to know is, these attacks on Yerag, including what happened to my sister, did you know about them ahead of time? So this is the real reason you decided to visit me today. Ensiotis, my sister has been helping you this entire time. Isn't that right? I wasn't totally in the dark about it, but it wasn't until after her passing that I learned your plans for Victoria, Rhine Lab, and what Monch has been investigating. There's too much I don't know anything about. Don't try to deny it. Don't lie to me, Ensiotis. You have to know the truth behind her murder. If you truly believe I had a hand in the matriarch's death... No, that's not what I mean. I don't know what Ratatos was plotting with you, but I know for sure that whatever it was to protect Yerag. So I will follow in her footsteps. Whatever Clan Browntail's affairs may be, I will take responsibility for them. Which is why I need you to tell me exactly what happened to her. My apologies, Sir Ensiotis, but they were determined to break in no matter what. To what do I owe the honor for you all to barge into my home like this? Sir Ensiotis, why did Carlin Trade transfer all its shares in the Yerag KJERAGANDR's joint mining operation to Victoria without authorization? Where did this news come from? It is an observable fact. The mines have completely been taken over by the Victorians. Great Elder Adso believes that such actions by Carlin Trade constitute a legal collusion with a foreign power, and as such, the Vinebead Court has no choice but to exercise its authority to intervene. We require that you report to the Vinebead Court immediately to explain yourself. If I understand this correctly, the Vinebead Court means to formally interrogate Clan Silverash. The people of Yerag are uneasy enough as it is. The last thing we want is to see this conflict escalate further. However, Sir Ensiotis, as the head of the clan, if you still believe you bear responsibility for Yerag, please go to the Vinebead Court with us to discuss the next steps. Very well. I have no reason to refuse. However, if I am to explain the situation, I will need some time to prepare the relevant documents. Please allow me that. Furthermore, I still have some things to discuss with Madame Cirrus, so I would like to ask for your patience. Of course, Sir Ensiotis. Madame Cirrus, thank you for taking the time to look after Encia. I would like to formally invite you to be a guest of Clan Silverash. I would also like to thank you for your concern in person, while Encia is present as well. Huh? It would have been more courteous to have sent the invitation to you in a formal capacity, but given the hasty nature of this matter, the best I can do is to throw something together by hand. I do hope you'll forgive me. We look forward to you gracing us with your presence. Before his invitee can respond, Ensiotis picks up a pen and paper from the table, scribbles down a few lines, then hands the invitation over. Cirrus takes it. There's only an address on the piece of paper. Hardly an invitation at all. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be there on time. To Mr. Edelweiss of Carlin Trade, I hope this letter finds you well. At the time you have read this, I am yet to receive sitrep authorization from Rhine Lab, so please take note. This letter does not in any capacity serve as an agreement or treaty between Rhine Lab and Carlin Trade. Rather, it only represents my personal analysis of the recent phenomena in Yerag. My specimen comes from the sound waves collected by the observation station at 3:19 a.m. on December 7th, 1101. I can say for certain that at the time, an unidentified object fell from the sky onto Mount Carlin. Though the chain of evidence definitively linking the phenomena is still missing, a catastrophe did in fact occur 32 hours later. I do not intend to establish a causal link between these two things. If this crash is a singular event in history, then so too is the catastrophe. What I am preparing to do is to confirm whether or not there is an empirical connection between these two events. Additionally, do forgive my frankness, but if the hypothesis that these two events are linked does bear out, the outcome for Yerag is not optimistic. Whatever factor that has protected Yerag from catastrophes over the millennia may no longer be effective, or at least be in an unusable state. I would of course love to write this off as mere conjecture, but nevertheless I also hope that Carlin Trade will be adequately mindful of the potential risks moving forward. Carolyn, an insider with more detailed information, has likely made similar inferences, but I am in the dark as to what her objectives are at this moment. I will strive to complete the research while maintaining an objective and rational perspective, and would greatly appreciate Carlin Trade's support in my efforts. Respectfully, Elena Urbica. Come in. I was just looking for you, Director. Take this letter over to Ensiotis. Classify it as top secret. Yes, sir. Right away. Any other news? Yes, the observation post previously dispatched to the mining site has sent back a sighting report. Weird that I couldn't read that properly. Anyways, a convoy bearing Victorian markings is approaching the outskirts of the mine, but the specific origins are unknown. Matterhorn led his clansmen there ahead of time. He said that they would try to stall for as much time as possible and await your judgment. The Victorians would have come sooner or later. Looks like we won't have to wait any longer. Prepare vehicles as soon as possible. Matterhorn may not be able to hold them off for long. Tell him to let the other party make the first move and prioritize observation. I will arrive shortly. I'm warning you, don't get in our way if you know what's good for you. I'm simply following orders. The area ahead is restricted warehouse, and nobody is allowed to enter without Carlin Trade's permission. Has no one informed you that House Castor has acquired all of Casimir's rights to this site? To the best of my knowledge, the handover process is still underway. We were only notified by Casimir's yesterday. Which is why we have to inspect all the assets in advance. If you have any complaints, you can take them up with Her Grace the Duke. Now, listen to your betters and open the warehouse door post-haste. Finally, someone worth talking to. Mr. Gnosis Edelweiss of Carlin Trade. It seems the introduction I've prepared will be going to waste, good sir. Of course. Naturally, you also understand who I'm representing here. Due to your mismanagement and the resultant substantial financial losses, Her Grace the Duke has decided to dismiss some key employees of Carlin Trade employed at this site, including the former executive manager. To this, I have no objection. I will cooperate fully during this handover process. Excellent. Now then, Mr. Edelweiss, please open the warehouse door. However, on this point alone, I cannot comply. What Matterhorn said is true. There indeed are regulations pertaining to this confidential warehouse. I humbly ask for yours and Her Grace's understanding. Based on the information I have, the security clearance level on this warehouse was raised just recently. What do you say to this, Mr. Edelweiss? Allow me to explain. This warehouse is mainly used to store various kinds of industrial waste, but recently the purification system and negative pressure ventilation system both malfunctioned. We temporarily raised the security clearance level and strictly restricted access in the interim before professionals can handle the situation. I fully understand Her Grace's concern about the assets acquired, but for your safety, could I ask that this inspection be postponed? I accept the risks at hand. Just open the door. All else aside, this is KJERAG's mine. Should pollutants leak or any other dangerous situation arises, KJERAG does not rule out the right to intervene through administrative measures. Before you offer to take responsibility, I suggest you contact Her Grace the Duke once more. Sure. Good to see you again, Mr. Matterhorn. Pardon me, Father. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wait at reception for now. I currently have business with our diplomatic guest. Mr. Edelweiss, I was expressly invited here by the Victorians. Since when is the Vinebead Court so concerned with temporal affairs? Today, both the clan leadership and the general public are dissatisfied with the way Carlin Trade has been engaging with Victoria. The Great Elder has summoned Sir Enciotis to an inquiry about the matter. Perhaps you will also need to report to the Vinebead Court soon. Why then would a cleric feel a need to accept an invitation to come here before that? I wish to ensure a smooth handover process and hope that Carlin Trade is willing to cooperate to the fullest extent. Please open the warehouse door, Mr. Edelweiss. Given that power has been restored by the three clans, perhaps the Vinebead Court would be more representative to KJERAG's administrative measures. Matterhorn, open the door. The door slowly opens, and the Victorian ambassador is caught unaware by the dust that diffuses from within. He squints and fans the air in front of him with his hand. There is neither the smell of industrial waste nor the texture of originium dust. The ambassador's eyes gradually adjust to the vast, unobstructed warehouse within, which is nothing but scrap metal. As I stated, there is nothing here but industrial waste. Please leave as soon as you've finished your inspection. Staying here for an extended period of time would be detrimental to your health. Everyone stay put. I'm conducting the inspection myself. As soon as he enters the warehouse, he feels the vast space around him dilating in all directions, the steel frames stretching straight to the ceiling, surrounded by scrap metal of all shapes and sizes. There's no way such a large warehouse was set up just to store these things. It's far too pretentious. He approaches the bottom of one of the shelves and reaches out to rummage through it with no particular aim in mind. The clanging of metal echoes through the warehouse. Wait, it's still half intact, and I can still make out the insignia of Silverash's private army, the Shigata. Were these originally weapons and gear not improperly disposed of after being thrown in the shredder? As an idea bubbles up, and he keeps looking elsewhere. Though Carlin Trade has been quite meticulous, a few clues are bound to leak through. Of this he is certain. Replicas of Victoria's newest equipment, as well as large-caliber naval gun parts. All failures unable to break through the technical barrier. The army designations, the insignias, many other terms in the KJERAGI language. Quietly memorizes all of them. Sir, are you done yet? Yes, I am. The ambassador returns to the group. I've more or less seen what I needed to, Mr. Edelweiss. I will summarize the entire situation and faithfully report it to the Duke. Sir, the internal railway in the mining site has just been cleared, and you haven't had time to inspect it yet. Does Victoria also need to use that internal railway? Yes, we've contacted a number of suppliers for quotes. Using the internal railway could significantly reduce transportation costs. Father, is the Vinebead Court aware of this? If you are so keen to get involved in diplomatic affairs, Carlin Trade hopes that you will also be willing to verify any business entities that wish to join. Lucius's concern interrupts the thoughts of the Vinebead Court envoy, who then looks away from the railway. That would require the Great Elder's input. I understand. But by KJERAGANDR, I ask that the Vinebead Court not make things difficult for Ensiotis. I will remain at Carlin Trade's headquarters awaiting your summons. By KJERAGANDR. That's that one. Okay. Let's do... That was a very long group, so let's take a quick break and go into the stages. And let's do a challenge mode or two here before we continue reading. I've been keeping up with like a rough time. I do this, while I stream and stuff too. So I was able to read that one line kind of ahead, but I keep up because I have the Arknights story reader on my other page here just to see and follow along time-wise to kind of see where we're at and how much longer we've got for each thing. So for now, let's go ahead and try this. Ooh. I should have put Astony back in. That's all right. Okay. I don't really need anything there.
The situation is crystal clear.
11, 12.
Line up.
Her here.
Plenty of good eats for everyone. You can't stop me.
18, 19, 20. Whoops, no. Lapland. You must go here.
Noia.
Pinoia.
Cesare. Sweep the place pronto.
A little bit
Make your
closer.
decision. Thy trampling of this
It's happy hour.
great mind. Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed. Make your decision. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground.
Flesh and bone bear weeds.
Pass on it afterwards. No.
I'll make you shriek so
her
loud
there.
the stars hear you.
Make your decision. As ice
Yeah.
yields to gentle warmth's
Actually, you know
embrace.
what? No, we're gonna put Narantuya here.
Illusion and intimidation are my
You.
tactics too.
Activate.
You all.
We're already at 39.
What? You think you're a
Ooh.
better robber than me?
This... Okay, interesting.
Awaiting orders.
You can't stop me.
Awaiting orders.
I don't know if this will necessarily help in any way, but...
Bartender's choice.
Ne'er hast
I wasn't supposed to plant you into the
Hold
soil
her.
to grow anew.
Solid position. Get what you deserve.
Be a good idea.
I mean,
Then again,
what you order.
I only have 2 more enemies than these ones, so...
Quickly. Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is
Boom.
not
Okay, so those enemies are done. It's just these ones. And I don't have any way to build this up, so we've got to kind of just wait and
Got an
see
idea.
what they do here.
Relax. I've swallowed up the sun.
This one's going to be rough.
ドクター、黄昏の楽園に私は君臨しつつ Clear skies for teaming.
Enjoy.
Let that one help there. Yeah. She's doing a pretty good job against them. They're getting pushed real bad by this, which also helps.
The bad news
Ishido,
is
you can attack. That'll
so
help.
sad. Not even ashes left.
Relax. Not really.
Hey,
Still misbehaving?
almost got that
Let's
side
kick
cleared.
it up a notch.
thy trampling of this hallowed ground. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter roots.
Toast! We got it! It wasn't too bad.
The only way to solve a problem is to clear all the obstacles in the way, no matter what they might be. And keep moving.
Okay, let's do challenge mode for 2, and then we'll go back to reading a little bit. Now I question, because we put Wisadel in. Let's take her out for now, and let's put Prami back in, and let's take her back out and put Destiny back in. There you are.
Long time no see, everybody. Time to work together again.
Let's do it. Friendly neighbors. Spider-Man?
Reap not what's sown by malice. Let's begin.
Awaiting orders. Shut up.
Oh, yes. Okay. So this is the one that we did
Illusion
a
and
lot of this stuff on.
intimidation are my tactics too.
Okay. I do remember this.
Everything is under control.
I've got an idea. What do you fear most?
Wait, for the snow shall bury this all.
15. Boom.
I'll do my best. Easy peasy.
We'll put Lapland
Yep,
in since
I'm
I already
here.
used.
There is no limit
What's
to
her
the
face?
power that mankind may realize.
Okay.
Like water.
Wait, for the snow shall bury this all. Great mind, wait, for the snow.
You can't stop me.
Zaro, Cesare.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
You think you're a better robber than me? Civilizzato.
Ne'er hast thou questioned the
Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins.
It's a fairly tough stage in the sense that we get so many enemies here at once, but
shall forget bitter roots.
it's more volume and endurance based in that aspect, and it's not crazy difficult. So
Awaiting orders.
This will keep you quiet.
Same tactics as before. I won't stop you.
I've got an idea.
Let animosity be gone.
Throw the
you're up.
mountains when
Lapland,
summer
you're up.
Enjoy ya.
You,
That
you're up.
not you. Only nightmares come
Where
with me.
do we go?
You ran into me.
Ooh, yeah, we just forced the avalanche. That was nice. This causes them to come down towards Prami, so she can do a lot of damage here. We can wipe more of them out. This is beautiful. Now we've only got him and him.
Need speed to succeed.
Yep, I'm here. I won't stop you. Oh, wishes.
Keep him frozen.
I beg you, coalesce.
I've got an idea. What? You think you're a better robber than me?
This will keep you quiet.
Okay, Texas will help to really deal some damage here. That guy's almost done.
If you're really flesh and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Yeah, you ain't. No. Not gonna happen, buddy. Nice.
Some cut to the chase commanding. Promise me you'll deploy me closer to the enemy next time, Doctor. I'll
No,
try some more efficient techniques.
no promises there, monster. But, you know, such is how we do things, right? All right. That said, let's go back and continue our story. So we are on OS-7 before. So we'll do the before and after of both 7 and 8, and then story 3 before we go on again and continue. We'll do 7 and 8, and then we'll do a little bit more. And then we will take it from there. So, let's tackle it. Story. before. You finally come, Enceotis. Naturally, I would not dare refuse an invitation from the Vinebead Court, Great Elder Adso. Excuse me. If I remember correctly, it shouldn't take very long to get from the Silver Ash domain to the Vinebead Court. To be summoned by the Vinebead Court is a matter of great importance. As I stand accused of improper dealings with Victoria, I had to make ample preparations to prove my innocence. Without further ado, Sir Enceotis, please come inside so that we may discuss this further. One moment, please. Woohoo! A large convoy of vehicles pulls up to the center of the Vinebead Court. Silver Ash, what is the meaning of this? Are you not investigating the ties between Carlin Trade and Victoria? I had someone compile all the documents related to the last decade of business dealings between Carlin Trade and Victoria. It is quite the voluminous collection, so much so that we had to fill several trucks. Great Elder Adso, if it interests you, please take your time to read through it. Good. Very good. Unload everything, then tell your people to leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. What is the meaning of this, Enceotis? It is true that as of late, KJERAG has had to weather great turmoil. Undoubtedly, Victoria has been at the heart of many of these incidents. Indeed, our troops have discovered evidence of contact between the Vinebead Court and Victorian spies. Empty accusations, without proof. What right do you have to investigate the Vinebead Court? Investigate? I would never dream of such a thing. However, the Vinebead Court has accused me of colluding with Victoria, and so I am here. By my command, nobody is to leave the Vinebead Court today until Great Elder Adso and I reach a conclusion. Yes, sir! Now then, Great Elder Adso. We've never talked like this before. I've hardly even seen you on my past visits to the Vinebead Court, let alone spoken with you. I've heard from many clerics that you spent years in seclusion, studying the scriptures in the Hall of Writings, and never concerning yourself with temporal affairs. It seems you've also come to handle the affairs of the Vinebead Court with ease. The only thing I've done over the years is ensure that KJERAG follows the path she ordained. Moreover, we stand at a critical juncture concerning our survival. Should the Vinebead Court stand by and watch you drag KJERAG into the abyss, allowing Kazimierz, Victoria, or any other foreign power to devour us? You are not the king of KJERAG, Sir Enceotis. Thank you for the admonition, Great Elder. If KJERAG were to have a king, it could only be her. If there are diplomatic errors the Vinebead Court wishes to correct, then Carlin Trade will do our best to cooperate. However, there is one question that puzzles me, for which I seek your guidance. How exactly is the Vinebead Court negotiating with Victoria? Is it using all of KJERAG as a bargaining chip? Elder! We just took a look around. Silver Ash's troops have already blocked the way down the mountain. We'll go check the back door and... The secret passage? I wouldn't bother with that unless you're keen on searching for Shigeta. Ah! Don't be alarmed. By KJERAGANDR, I have no intention of attacking the Vinebead Court. Tell everyone outside to rest where they are. No one is to move without my order. Enceotis, you accuse the Vinebead Court of betraying KJERAG to Victoria. Where's the evidence for your claim? Please be patient, Great Elder. It will take some time for the evidence to be delivered here. In other words, you came empty-handed, yet still choose to resort to violence against us. You should know what the price is for doing this, head of the Silver Ash clan. Look down at the people beneath the mountain. Your elite troops might be able to block off the Vinebead Court, but you cannot fight all of KJERAG. I am willing to give you time, but if you cannot produce conclusive evidence before sundown, I'm afraid that the reputation of Carlin Trade, and even that of the entire Silver Ash name, will be in tatters. You will become untouchables throughout the land of KJERAG. Indeed, I am of course well aware of the consequences of my actions. What I do not know, however, is what it would mean for Yerag if the Vinebead Court is found to be colluding with an enemy that assassinated leaders from the 3 clans and was caught in the act of espionage. I will be with you to witness that moment, Elder. I know exactly what you're waiting for, but time is not on your side, Sir Enciotis. Let us in! We were invited by the Vinebead Court to participate in the blessing ceremony, and Silver Ash's goons have no right to stop us. Throughout her illustrious career, the Black Knight was unshakable, even by the most fearsome opponents. But now, looking down at the teeming crowds crammed onto the narrow mountain road, she feels utterly helpless for the first time. Why haven't we seen a single cleric here? What is Silver Ash trying to pull? Please calm down, everyone. The Vinebead Court has encountered some extenuating circumstances, and Sir Enciotis is assisting with the investigation. We came here on an invitation, and you're telling us that there are extenuating circumstances now that we're here? Cut the crap! One look, and he backs off. A man squeezes through the crowd, but as soon as he takes a step forward, he is met with Degenbreaker's cold glare and has no choice but to retreat, muttering under his breath. Sir Enciotis will issue an explanation to the public after things have settled down. Please, I ask that you all return home for now. Ma'am, be careful. I'm fine, Degenbreaker. I can stand on my own. We all trust you. We know that you're a daughter of Yerag and would never bring us harm. So can you tell this old woman exactly what is happening with the Vinebead Court? What do you know about this whole thing? A vehicle winds its way along the mountain road. Outside the window, dense dark clouds are gathering, mingling. The window rolls down and a few snowflakes laced with unidentified impurities slide into the car before disappearing without a trace. Signal's a little better now. According to our informant, Victoria and the people from the Vinebead Court have left the mining site and have not made any further moves. But given this weather, we can expect more heavy snow. It'll take a lot longer to get back to headquarters than expected. Compared to that, this little hiccup can hardly be considered beyond your expectations. Are you referring to those Victorians from earlier? They got the intel they wanted, but so did we. I mean the Vinebead Court. The Vinebead Court, huh? The fact that they'd show up here instead of calming the populace is rather strange indeed. It's evident that they were completely unprepared for the situation, and their deliberate attempts to hide their schemes are easily seen through. If some of them are willing to play cover-up for the Victorians, then it's only a matter of time until the mask comes off. It's nearly time. Turn back to the mining site. Are you trying to... The exit ways are now open, making it a good place to leave the country. As you just heard, Enciotis has already surrounded the Vinebead Court with his men. He's deliberately made a big show of things to alert the enemy. Those hiding in Yerag will definitely be itching to seize the moment. Our undercover agent friend we've been tracking seems to have a particular fondness for this kind of stuff and should be arriving in the vicinity anytime soon. Moreover, I suspect that she's not the only one either. Instead of looking for her, we should just let her come to us. Gather everyone together and keep a close eye on the entrance to the mining site. Pay extra attention to people who helped her escape. While you were on your way, the clergy throughout the city were already inviting people to come up the mountain for the ceremony. I wonder how long Degenbreaker can hold them back. Did the Vinebead Court stoop to these desperate measures, knowing I would not point my weapons at the people? It's true that I'm using them, but just as you did to Arctos and Ratatos during the Holy Hunt a few years ago. Perhaps I overestimated you, Sir Enciotis. Even if you're hungry for power, you should be less obvious about it. Before you commit a grave error, I am willing to announce to the public that you've come to the Vinebead Court to capture the Victorian assassin. If you truly thought highly of me in any capacity, you would not think that I am only seeking power. All I care about is the future of the land of Yerag. So a violent coup is the best path forward. Yes, because our Victorian friend sits in a position that cannot be reached except through violence. What you say is true, Sir Enciotis. The unarmed Vinebead Court, driven to despair by the descendants of Victorians and their acolytes, helpless to defend themselves even when thieves cry thief in front of them. Behavior determines identity better than blood. It is a fact that since the attack on Encia, people from the Vinebead Court have been falling over themselves to back Victoria. If you are so confident, you know what I'm waiting for. The cleric and the Victorian spy caught red-handed together. Be it for the general public or the three clans, the rest speaks for itself. I know more about the conduct of these clerics than you do. Even if the Duke of Castor were to come here herself, she would only tell you that I firmly rejected her offer. That is nothing more than an excuse. A failure to control your subordinates means you are equally responsible for them, and the same applies to Carlin Trade. What you suggest is that the clergy of the Vinebead Court indulge in pleasure and collude with foreigners, while I remain oblivious and allow them to sell out Yerag. You and Victoria share many of the same delusions. In reality, the Vinebead Court has only ever wanted to use this as a pretext to expel Victoria and their true ally, Encia Silverash. However, the reality is that they ended up aligning with Victoria in practice. All the clergy who associated with Victoria have sworn an oath of death after you are expelled. Their bones will nourish Yerag's future, and they will leave no regrets behind. So, what you propose is that Yerag should purge itself, down to those who hunt Victorian spies to this day, those who the Duke of Castor considers enemies. And that is the only way to defeat Victoria? There is nobody around. A sudden gust of wind suddenly howls through the unfamiliar courtyard. Carolyn continues to stir around her piping hot cup of savory milk tea, the spoon continuing to clink against the cup. She shudders in anticipation, either due to the drink or her impending evacuation. She stares at the swirling tea and strokes the cup, completely ignorant to the fact that the cup is engraved with Yerag's mountain ridges. Her thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? Stay back! Sorry to keep you waiting, young lady of Victoria. It's you. Please pardon my intrusion, but due to the situation changing, you will be transferred to a new destination ahead of schedule. What? What happened? I only know the gist of the Vinebead Court's decision. A gist isn't good enough. We need to have a concrete plan of action or else. I will take full responsibility for the operation until you have safely left Yerag's borders. All you need to do is follow these instructions. As for how to leave and who will help you, don't overly concern yourself about such things. KJERAGANDR witnesses all, and she will walk with us. Stop trying to fool me with your vague and nondescript dogma. By KJERAGANDR. In other words, I've become your responsibility now, right? I am but a follower of her will. Fine, you have your beliefs and I have mine. But since we'll be working together, let me remind you that if this operation fails, your side will also be exposed. That's right. Does that not worry you at all? The cleric simply smiles gently and takes a garment out from his bag. No, young lady. All I need is faith. You can also place your faith in us. As long as we are of one heart, we can overcome our fear. Cleric of the Vinebead Court, I don't think we need to discuss this any further. Instead, let's focus on something useful, like when we leave. My apologies, young lady. This is a cleric's robe that I sewed myself. Please put it on for now. This journey will take you past many people with countless eyes. And countless eyes, if you encounter someone who comes up to you seeking prayer or answers. Do not try to please them. Stay silent and avoid them. I will walk with you, no matter what dangers we may face. Calling me curious, why do people pray to your god for protection even after a catastrophe? Just in case. Believe me, young lady, you know too little about Yerag. Now please pack your belongings. I will wait for you outside. The door opens and a dry, cold wind rushes in, lashing at the cleric's neck and face. An old dagger slips from his bag and he nonchalantly bends down to pick it up. He knows exactly what this amulet, forged for him by his father, who has returned to KJERAGANDR, will ultimately be used for. By KJERAGANDR, may this devout body be blessed, and may it spread your holy will. They brought excellent seeds to Yerag as well as machinery. The Vinebeat Court has never denied these contributions. To be frank, I have never seen anyone so complicated in my already withering life. Hero. This does nothing to dispel my doubts. Compared to these acts, the Vinebeat Court seems only to recognize friend and foe based on where they come from. Then allow me to ask you a question first, Sir Ensiotis. In your heart of hearts, what exactly is Yerag? I have already answered this through my actions. Victorian-style buildings, Victorian-style weapons, Victorian-mandated laws. Is this your answer? Unless we choose to seclude ourselves deeper within the mountains, shunning both external disturbances and any further advancement. Otherwise, you might even be able to see things from Laterano or Litanian one day. Until one day, the people of Yerag believe in nothing but originium and money, unless faith itself can be sold. Once the shell of Jeragander is ripped open, the people shall no longer hold any reverence for eternity. They will only chase after their own values and desires. They will hate the strong because this new theater, the more one abandons his morality, the stronger he becomes. They will hate the weak because the weak will come to occupy the crevices of pity and charity. Nihilism will become the most popular ideology. The people's hearts will become empty and detached, and they will take pride in this emptiness. Your ideals are slaughtering the people of Yerag, turning Victoria's present into our future. The Jeragander the Vinebeat Court worships is far more fragile than the one I worship. If all it takes to overthrow your sacred beliefs, our sacred beliefs, are a few foreign tools, then how has Mount Carlin stood to this day? How could it be that foreign tools can cover our mountains and rivers, yet foreign ideas can never be touched? If this is what you believe, then you must also admit that what can conquer the body can also conquer the soul. Born into a dark and hopeless era, you must race faster than the clouds to avoid being swallowed by darkness. Faith should not drive people to become accustomed to the darkness, but rather unwaveringly affirm the yearning for light. Yet the more pious one is, the more destitute he becomes. In due time, he will see piety as a noose and begin to hate the history of faith itself. Which is why those who adhered to the teachings of Jeragander were ridiculed as pedantic and ignorant. Without turning on the tap, there is no clean drinking water. Without applying chemical fertilizers, there is no fertile farmland. You leveled the mountains and forests to build your factories, then sent the displaced back to the ruins of their homes to either sell their labor or die. The lives you've improved for some are fed by the happiness you've stolen from others. O eloquent Grandmaster, I ask you, how should we deal with the stragglers left in your wake? You're right, it is a heavy responsibility that I must accept. However, the Vinebeat Court only fantasizes about incremental change while continuing to regard doing nothing as a virtue. Such people have no right to judge me. I have never sought to block Yerag's progress. My only responsibility is to pull the reins on self-important tourists before things spiral out of control. You're moving too quickly, Sir Ensiotis. The way to format the Jeragander, the way to punctuate prayer messages, which hand to raise during rituals, are debates that can last for centuries. Elder Clan of Browntail, you have both the talent and the platform, and yet you only yearn for the solace of the other shore. Yet when you hide away in the Hall of Writings and philosophize from your armchair, do you know anything about where Yerag is actually headed? What I know is that Yerag would never let an apostate take the helm, and I have never been one to philosophize from my armchair. You are not the first apostate I've dealt with. What memories come to mind when you hear the names Olafur and Elizabeth Silverash? What? This bloody weather again. Damn it, why is there a traffic jam in a place like this? Hey, you in the back. The road's about to get real bumpy. If you want to be able to stand after getting out of the truck, I'd recommend taking a nap now and conserving your energy. Inside the rear compartment, the light flickers as the truck sways. The passengers trying to escape sit upright on their haystacks, eyes tightly shut. Shit, what's that thing in front of me? Ugh! an oil slick spills across the middle of the road, and in front of the stopped truck is a line of fully armed men. The engine emits a strange, strained noise, and the windows are splattered with paint. Inside the driver's seat, the Victorian tightly grips the steering wheel. Excuse me. I've never tried to hide where I come from, even though it's something that others have long forgotten. Luca Browntail, Ratatos and Sierra's grandfather, my cousin. In order to achieve the same goal, we accepted different fates, to safeguard Yerag's order through the Tri-Clan Council and the Vinebeat Court. Though known for his ruthlessness, he still harbored fantasies about the Silver Ashes until the very end. He said a peaceful resolution is never impossible as long as the couple are willing to make concessions. But I have never lived in fantasy. A train accident. Is that what you believe, or did Ratatos make you believe it? How many clergymen and devotees do you think are out there among the commoners? If the masses wish for Jeragandr to punish the apostates, then I, serving the Vinebeat Court, shall deliver on those wishes. Sir Ensiotis, the man who killed your parents is right in front of you. Whoa! What a bombshell! Those who commit murder will be punished twice over by Jeragandr. This crippled body has lost any meaning for me long ago. I grant you permission to dispose of me as you wish for reasons private and public, not for treason, but for murder. Arrest me here and put me on trial. Let the people of Yerag see just how sinful it is to kill an apostate. The old man wobbles to his feet, his withered fingers clenching into fists as if using all his strength. Suddenly, he stretches his arms out before Ensiotis. Like a sinner, waiting to have his confession heard, his cloudy eyes shine with a glimmer of light, as if seeking to quench decades of old grudges with another's anger. Ensiotis slowly closes his eyes, his fingertips wrapping tightly around his cane. If you're trying to provoke me into acting out of line, I'm afraid your efforts are in vain. I won't lay a finger on you here. All I can do is ensure that you receive a fair trial. Whoops. Well, he thought he'd provoke him, but that is very interesting. What a bombshell of a reaction. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Anyways, let's do the after. Hurry up! You in the back, keep up! Our intel indicates that the target should be around here. Search carefully and leave no stone unturned. After that woman left the room, an unknown amount of time passed, to the point that time itself seemed alien to Munch. Only the stinging pain of the ropes tightly binding her reminds that she has not yet lost consciousness. Finally, a hopeful sound comes from beyond the door, and Munch musters what might she has left to shout. I'm over here. Try as she might, her parched throat can hardly produce a sound. She laboriously crawls towards the door. It opens. Munch! Madam, why are you here? We've been searching for you ever since the catastrophe hit. That damn Silver Ash, pretentious bastard. Thought that they actually had some useful intel, but in the end, I still ended up having to do all the legwork myself to find you. How are you doing? You hurt anywhere? Hate your leg. I'm fine. Madam, listen to me. The researcher I'm tracking, she's from Victoria, but more important, she's got ties to Columbia. What they're really after is... Munch! Munch! Along the narrow mountain path, the convoy slowly plods onward. After the incident's sudden outbreak, no shortage of people left their cars to observe the conflict's epicenter. Turn off the engine. Get out. What do you think you're doing? Who the hell are you people? I'm an industrial investigator dispatched from Victoria. This is a legal obstruction of an official business. You've damaged our property, endangered Victorian lives, and almost even caused an accident. Mark my words, the Vinebead Court will hear of this. Never should have come to this bloody shithole. Are you done? Did you get all the pictures? Yes, sir. This is no time for you to try to twist the narrative, Victorian. Just cooperate. Open up the rear compartment. Unwilling to cooperate? Fine by me. You're more than welcome to conserve your energy to fend for yourselves before the court. If you're cold, I can offer you a blanket. Matterhorn waves his hand, and a guard pries open the rear compartment without a word. Seated upright upon a haystack is an old cleric. He brushes the dust off his body and walks out. It is an emotionless affair, hardly amounting to courage. The old cleric gazes upon the blinding brightness before him and recollects the scenes from before. Some 10 minutes ago. Why'd the truck stop? Have we arrived? Carolyn lowers her voice. Did something happen? Stay calm, young lady. Did they find us? I didn't expect to find you here, Cleric of the Vinebead Court. Let's continue this conversation elsewhere. This place is less than ideal. You are as hasty as always, young master of Clan Edelweiss. Honorable friends of Clan Silverash, I apologize for disturbing your work during this inclement weather. I am more than glad to go along with your arrangements. Looks like the one we're after isn't here. I do believe this is where we part ways, young lady from Victoria. Are you getting off? No, I'll stay here. Just keep walking forward and don't look back. The entrance isn't far off. Silverash's people will surely notice this truck. Get out of here before they find you. KJERAGANDR, trust me. So they stopped prior to this, knowing that something like this was going to happen, and they let her off already. The old cleric helps Carolyn up. I'll do as you said. But you'll also be exposed. That too is KJERAGANDR's will. What I cannot change, I shall therefore accept. I ask only for her forgiveness. I can't say I understand what your beliefs truly are, but maybe someday I will. I respect your beliefs, so I will also try to find a way to live in peace. Best of luck to you, sir. Carolyn gets out of the truck and runs without stopping, in a direction leading far, far from Yerag. Shedding her stained cleric's robes, she shivers from the cold. Alone, she walks through the vast, pale mountainscape, until in the distance a dark tunnel entrance beckons to her. Through the telescope's lens, Gnosis sees the mysterious scientist step into the shadows. Arrest these two and have them sent straight to the Vinebead Court. I've brought one. I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish, Great Elder. Upon hearing that long-awaited voice, Ansioda stands up and walks past the old man who remains frozen like a wooden sculpture. Gnosis executed the plan. The Shigeta deployed immediately on his signal. Before the presence of these wraiths, the clerics could do nothing but stumble back into their abodes, their tender faces affixed with fear. I'm one of the Vinebead Court's clerics. You can't treat me like this. Shut up and stop resisting. Master Frey is here too. Please help me. The one just brought in was once arrogant envoy of the Vinebead Court. His gaze sweeps over the shouting cleric, and he shakes his head. Father Frey, I believe I can now explain your actions. Victoria's agents conspired with the Vinebead Court's clerics to smuggle spies out of the country through the mine railway. But were caught red-handed thanks to Carlin trade. And before that, you were assisting with Victorians, scouring the mining site. Premeditated ill intent. Unless you forget you protected the suspect following Radatos' funeral. You will formally be put on trial for these crimes. KJERAGANDR, forgive him, he knows not of what he speaks. It is a fact that spies have infiltrated the Vinebead Court. I urge you to not resist. Cooperation with our investigation is the only path to leniency. Take Elder Great Adso, Father Frey, and the other elders of the Vinebead Court away for questioning. The other clerics are to remain there, awaiting their summons. Yes, sir! Now then, Great Elder Adso. Silver Ash, do you think you've won? Those who live by the blade will find their arrogance short-lived. I wonder just how long will your arbitrary reign of terror last? Without making any unnecessary movements, Adso gives a slight nod to the crowd, then slowly walks to the door. Great Elder, what should we do? Survive. The rest is already written in the scriptures. I have nothing else to say. You are her servants, and whatever happens, you must act according to your conscience. Take him away. KJERAGANDR, may the guilty receive their fair trial. This is an abandoned mining shaft. The torches and tunnel lights don't work anymore. Bend down carefully and watch your head. If we wrap around from this side, we should just be able to make it. Watch out! Come over first. Watch your step. Joanna shifts her feet and several rocks tumble down the cave, with sounds of dislodged pebbles echoing through the cracked crevices as they fall. She shudders. So deep. You'd probably turn into a stain on the ground if you fell from this height. Damn those Victorians for causing trouble in the mines. Else we wouldn't have to come this way. Huh? Saintus, what are you looking at? There's a light ahead. It must be the path leading to the main ore vein. Come, let's hold hands just like before. You're just a few steps shy of our answer. We mustn't run into danger here. Soon we will find all our answers. The map is illuminated by the flickering light of the oil lamp. They hardly converse, moving forward in silence, their steps filled with both fear and anticipation. But eventually, the search comes to an end. Are you sure this is the right place? Might we have made a mistake? No, I'm sure of it. This is the mine I previously calculated and located. There's no way this could be the wrong place. But what are you two talking about? This is the place we were looking for, yeah? According to my plan, we should be able to find an originium vein here. My deduction can be proven correct if and only if it exists. But this place is an Oriron mine. What? I've investigated and analyzed everything. These are all just ordinary Oriron deposits. There's no chance they're related to the catastrophe, let alone any traces of extraterrestrial objects. Where did we go wrong? But why? We clearly saw a bunch of trucks transporting originium on our way here. How could this all be Oriron? It doesn't take long for Enya to grasp the schemes of the man bonded to her by blood. Indeed, we came to the wrong place. The mineral vein here is not the heart of Karlin, but rather the bones of Yerag. The bones that uphold Yerag's spine. May I say something? The heart of Karlin is a pure core that validates faith. Man's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and hands can deceive, and only the heart cannot. Such is written in the KJERAGANDR. But I don't think we're being unfaithful or impious. We all know how much we've done, and surely she must know too. Just like how we give everything on the hunt, only to come up empty-handed and go hungry through the night. But we must have faith in the land of Yerag, faith in KJERAGANDR's protection. She promised us that as long as we have our two hands, we shall not starve or freeze to death in Yerag's lands. So, Great Saintess, come, let's try again. Huh? Try what? Use your bell to call KJERAGANDR. That sweet bell, the sound of the Saintess who played to awaken KJERAGANDR, the clear sound beloved to her, the sound that is her call. So it says in the KJERAGANDR that burden beasts wearing this bell will not be snatched away by wild beasts. They shall not fall ill or die young, and shall find their way back home should they ever be lost. For one's heart to be astray is to be lost too, right? I don't totally get what it means, but I heard it from one of the clerics at the Vinebead Court. What a bright smile. Unlike her two dejected companions, the girl shows no signs of discouragement and is eager to try again. That's right. We should keep trying. Perhaps KJERAGANDR will respond to us. The silver bell rings out on high, its engraved pattern shimmering beneath the hazy light of the miners' lamps. She had tried to call out like this before at the Vinebead Court in her own bedroom, among her books, while resting among the snow-capped mountains. Ring, ring. The clear, cold sound of the silver bell echoes through the empty cave. Oh, that's... Beep. Beep. This sound, this frequency, why does it sound so alike? Did you discover something? That frequency, the echoes of your bell throughout the cave sound just like that one audio recording from the observatory. Almost identical, even. Is that just a coincidence? A coincidence? No. In nature, no two snowflakes are alike. Say, Saintess, where exactly did that bell come from? That would require going back to very ancient legends. In KJERAG history, there was a long span of time where KJERAGANDR fell into deep slumber until she was awoken by a devout Saintess. It was KJERAGANDR's gift to the Saintess. I've also heard that when subsequent craftsmen made bells for the Saintesses, they sought to imitate the sounds of the mountains. The sounds of the mountains? What kind of mountain could make a sound? A Farenmoot? Impossible. How could that be? Snap out of it, Elena. You're a scientist. How could you let your faith falter at a time like this? Elena, are you saying that on the day before the catastrophe, something fell onto Mount Carlin, thus creating that sound? Based on my previous conjectures, yes. So think about it this way. If we think of the mountain as a huge bell, doesn't that mean there's probably a huge hollow inside it? Theoretically speaking, that would be possible. But do you know where a massive hollow like that could exist? There is a rumor not recorded in KJERAG's official history, and it also happens to be related to the Saintess who awakened KJERAGANDR. A long, long time ago, there once was an uprising against the Vinebead Court in KJERAG. People had grown dissatisfied because KJERAGANDR had not performed any miracles in a long time, and so they marched upon the Vinebead Court. Their wrath was only quelled when the Saintess awakened the sleeping deity. During the chaos, a number of clerics took their precious scriptures and took refuge within Mount Carlin, therefore preserving some of the valuable knowledge. Yet regardless, the classic works of the Vinebead Court still suffered a break in continuity around that time. What if the account of KJERAGANDR leaving her people within the scriptures is actually a description of this event? Great Saintess, if this sanctuary truly exists, will we find traces of the KJERAGANDR there? Where should we even look? Behind the Vinebead Court, place leading to Mount Carlin's summit. Enya tightly grips the silver bell in her hand. She seems to hear the wind and the snow, as well as the footsteps that would occasionally shadow her while she worked at the Vinebead Court. Whose voice was that? Who was calling to her from behind? Who would pat her on the shoulders and bring honeyed sister milk to her while she was burning the midnight oil to organize her scriptures? All she can hear and see is the pure white snow that never stops blowing with the wind. Oh, KJERAGANDR on high, please grant us your guidance. May the path we walk be true. A cleric from the Vinebead Court, in collusion with Victorian agents, stole important military intelligence and was arrested yesterday. Great Elder Adso confessed to some of these allegations and agreed to fully cooperate with the investigation. During this time, all activities of the Vinebead Court are to be suspended. There is considerable evidence suggesting that Victorian agents are involved in a string of unusual natural and social phenomena. Carlin Trade is also assembling scientific researchers to assess the possibility of an espionage-related catastrophe. As a reminder to all citizens of Yerag, if any foreign national approaches you under the guise of offering charity, business ventures, or gathering news, please be extremely vigilant. I knew it! The Great Elder and that Victorian Duke are in the cahoots. Look what those bastards have brought upon us. Couldn't it just be one big misunderstanding? If even the Vine Beat Court has betrayed Yeragander, my goodness. They've been mucking about with the Victorians, and you still give them the benefit of the doubt. But hasn't the Carlin trade you seem to trust so much been dealing with Victoria this whole time? The only reason you could even hear all this on the radio is thanks to Carlin trade. But what about the Vine Beat Court? What have they ever done for you? Stop your bickering. Victorian Broadcasting has a response. Shut up and listen. I don't give a damn what they have to say. I need to make sense of all this. Sir Wilson, you are highly respected by Her Grace the Duke, as well as an expert on Yerag affair. We would like to ask you, how should we interpret the attitude displayed by Ensiotis Silverash? I see it as nothing more than a way of quelling the public discontent in Yerag. Ensiotis has always been a close partner of Victoria. Don't you find that somewhat difficult to believe? Even based on publicly available information, it is an indisputable fact that Victoria has been the primary beneficiary of many of the trade contracts strongly spearheaded by Ensiotis himself. With the help of Carlin trade, Yerag's development has almost entirely come off the back of Victoria's aid, from the import of breeding beasts and fertilizers to railway technology and even originium processing. In return, Ensiotis is committed to handing over more than 40% of Yerag's natural resources for Victoria's development. Not long ago, Carlin Trade also handed over a mining site that is being worked by Casimir's to the Duke of Castor. Then, it seems that Ensiotis is trying to maintain an attitude of ambiguity. That being the case, are you not worried that his attempts to soothe the public will anger the Duke? Lest you forget, Ensiotis is the Duke's grandnephew, and the blood of Castor flows in his veins. The delicate understanding between him and the Duke is, without a doubt, difficult for outsiders to grasp. What you may not know is that even while he issued the statement, he also submitted a new mining agreement to the Duke, who has already signed and returned it. Expect a joint announcement on this matter in a short time. I have obtained the key points to this agreement and would like to share them with you here. Do take a look at these graphs, good sir. Carlin Trade is willing to entrust 100% of future mining rights to a foundation established jointly with the Duke of Castor. This truly is just the tip of the iceberg. Look what comes next. Nonsense! The young reporter is startled by the volume of her outburst. She instinctively reaches to pat her bulging backpack before turning around. Seeing the empty street makes her let out a heavy sigh. Phew, looks like they won't be able to catch up to me. Camera, recorder, film prints, everything's here. This time I won't let them take these away. She then looks at the statue of Yeragander in the distance, pulls down the brim of her hat, and walks towards the city's center. Very interesting. Sounds like some falsified stuff going on. All right, let's do OS-8, and then we'll do some more stages here real quick. The empty silence leaves one feeling colder than ever. The reporter's heavy bag slows her down. Her footsteps upon the snow clear for all to hear. Less people than before, even here. Freya? Miss, sorry to bother you. Can I ask a few questions? About? Right now, Carlin Trade. I'd rather not have to hear that name. Sir Ensiotis needs to come out and go over why he signed his agreements already. Resources for development. What rubbish. All we got for our resources was a catastrophe. How's he going to explain that, huh? By the time the reporter finishes digesting the lady's angry words, she has already long since left with a swish of her cloak. Excuse me, sir? Ah, you're one of those reporters from Victoria. Yerag's not been the kindest place lately. Even us locals prefer holding up at home. You best take care. It's times like these where I can't be afraid, otherwise I'm not fit to hold this camera. But thanks for the heads up. Anyhow, what I'd like to know is how do you see Ensiotis right now, in your honest opinion? Sorry, miss. I think he's cheated Yerag, but Victoria's worth doubting too. I've seen how big the changes here have been these past few years. If you said Ensiotis hasn't had any difficulty making those changes, then I'd say you're wrong. If only the great elder of the court could come out and say a few words, it'd all be fine. Ooh. A stone flies right past the tip of the reporter's nose all of a sudden, smashing the store window behind her. Eek! Get out of Yerag, Victorian scum! Ensiotis, the Vinebeat Court, us, we've all got nothing to do with you! Still got the stones to take pictures? Get the fine off our land already! Nothing has left her with complicated feelings more than this moment. She has seen the ordinary people of Yerag slowly become more mistrustful, more on edge. Yet, she has also seen once trusted members of the camera crew sneak into her room to inspect her drafts and camera over and over. As the man picks up yet another stone, she bows goodbye to her interviewee and runs away from the scene. It seems her only choice is to escape. But escape to where? Are you Victorian, miss? Ah, hello there. Do you hate Victoria? Nope, I don't. The dirty little hand reaches out to her with a piece of stale Victorian bread sitting in the palm. But my papa told me to throw all these away. He said we wouldn't have any Victorian charity in our house. Then, but KJERAGANDR taught us to love our neighbors and repay kindness with kindness, so I wanted to give it back to you. Aw. As she watches the child hurry away, the reporter feels as if the dry bread in her hand is choking her throat. Her eyelids tremble, and she clenches her teeth. Get her in the car. Don't let anyone see. That is the last thing she remembers hearing before she loses consciousness. Ah, Harold. Sorry for bothering you with yet another visit, Mr. Silverash. Perhaps you would rather be seeing some other pretty face during all this hubbub. There's no need to be so humble. Yerag is indebted to you for your care, and I had hoped for the chance to express my gratitude. Hardly, hardly. It seems my long-awaited return has left me awash with churning emotions once more. I would like nothing more than to be the bearer of good news every time I come over, before throwing my old bones into the mountains, before some peace and quiet. But life is a fickle thing, and it demands we improvise, does it not? I do believe you are here to give me some bad news, Lord Viscount, but not in the name of Castor. Humph, I'd rather not get all mixed up with that old lady's affairs again. Though, based on what went on the last time I was here, it's her who doesn't want to get mixed up with me. With all that said, my lord. Ah yes, on to business. I know you're a busy man. I'm here to bid you farewell, Mr. Silverash. If the recent shift in public opinion against Victoria has troubled you, then I can... Oh, no, nothing of the sort. I had hoped against hope that old Castor was also reaching the age where she spoke from the heart. That tends to bring a bit of sweetness to the tongue, no? But as you can see, things have come to this. Though I may seem a dotard these days, I still find myself compelled to ask you one thing. Is there truly no other way? You know her plans involve more than just a few minds, my lord. From the moment she laid hands on Encia, this negotiation has become wholly unacceptable to me. So how do you plan to handle her? Are you really prepared to cross swords with her? You know better than I that if we do not keep the idea of crossing swords on the table, then Yerag may as well already be in her pocket. Of course I do. What to say? Knowing how the old lady is, she will never let your little tiff go now that it's reached this stage. I am truly worried for you, Sir Ensiotis. Whatever shall you do next? What is there to do but seize the opportunity? Since you have mentioned her, you are also an old acquaintance of her grace, are you not? Me? Hardly know her. A few years back, we'd chat about family matters, and she'd always grumble to me about how none of the young casters were worth a damn. The less useful they turn out to be, the more hasty she gets in doing things. Who would have guessed that she was known as a complete enigma in her youth? I had a brief encounter with her grace a decade or so ago. Grandor strikes me even now. Ha! No need to butter her up to me. I am fully aware that her high and mighty noble posturing is something she can never change. No matter how many schemes are brewing behind the scenes, one must always keep one's face haughty and dignified. Well, that's that. I'm sure your people have more urgent things to trouble you with. I should be heading off right about now. This talk of ours has been productive, my lord. I hope I will have a more suitable opportunity in the future to invite you to Yerag. Couldn't ask for better. Ah, yes. When you next see her grace, by no means tell her I've been calling her old behind her back. I love Harold. He's such a fun character. He was a bitch of a boss, but he was such a fun character. I like him and his demeanor overall. I would never, Lord Viscount. Attaboy. I too am really looking forward to the chance to visit Yerag again. He genuinely seems to like the place, and he was kind of against odds the last time he was here. He had no choice but to do what he did, but he's not a bad guy. Yes, nobody saw us. It was no trouble, matriarch. Your request is my... I'll bring her over right away. Hey, wakey wakey. I was at... Half a day's sleep not enough for you? Get up. Our matriarch has things she wants to ask you. What? Who brought me here? How long will it take you to learn a gentle touch? I'm sorry, matriarch. Ah, Ratatos! Hey, you awake yet? No thrashing about unless you feel like the ropes around your wrists aren't chafing enough. Ah, Ratatos! Matriarch Ratatos, I thought you were... Not a single burn on me. Real surprising, isn't it? When you get the chance, tell your colleagues that when dealing with the Browntails, best check the room for tricks. My colleagues? Be honest now, my little spy. What were you hoping to capture on that camera of yours all those days you were sneaking about? Wait, what? No, you misunderstand me, madam. How could I be a spy? That's what all the other spies we got said too. Guards rifle through the reporter's back and throw its contents onto the floor. The photos she has taken and developed the past few days. We wouldn't care much about you if you take pictures of local traditions or even patrolling guards. But you didn't hesitate before taking a bunch of pictures of the Vinebead Court. You even went to a few mountains clicking that shutter of yours. Don't think I don't know anything. Matriarch Ratatos, whether you believe me or not, I really am nothing more than a regular reporter. If I was a spy, why would I be walking around with all this evidence on me? With all this chaos going on right now, I could have easily given it all to my colleagues at the TV station. That's what you need to explain. Fact of the matter is, you were carrying a great deal of suspicious material and had a very strange itinerary. How do I know you weren't trying to flee? Because I'm trying to protect that material. The Duke of Castor wants control over public opinion. The news office sent people to join the camera crew, and they've been sneaking into my room to edit my pictures. If I didn't try to get away, most of them would be confiscated, maybe even used to misrepresent things here. Everything they do is to whitewash Victoria, trying to strong-arm its way into Yerag. If you think these pictures will be of any use to Yerag, you can have them all. I just want you to release them, to let more people know what's going on here. It doesn't need Victoria's support, but real, actual help. That might be tricky. Is NCO disabled to take a call right now? He has more pressing matters to handle, so he sent me his support. After my lovely funeral, I handed the spies we captured over to him. According to our agreement, he was supposed to send backup. And in the end, he only sent one woman, even if she is the Black Knight. Not sure if I should call him generous or stingy here. So what's his plan for dealing with Castor? We're still gathering information on our enemy. I was also sent here to help with your interrogations. The most crucial thing to find out now is if this reporter has taken any photos of things in the mountains. Ah, yes, our little friend here. I can untie your restraints, but first you need to promise me you'll answer all my questions. That sound all right to you? So Ratatos is truly alive, and boy, she's got the Victorian reporter now. If that's not interesting. And to guard her is none other than Degenbreaker. What a fun one. Let's do the after here. We'll do some stages, then we'll do story 3, and then continue on from there. An empty office. Gnosis is unused to the sight. He walks into his desk. Under his mug, filled with steaming hot fresh coffee, is a document with Ensiotis' signature. Letter of appointment. Would it have killed you to come over and say goodbye? It is signed. You know how risky this is. Minerals and land are inseparable. We shall bypass the Vinebead Court and sign cooperative mining agreements with foreign nations ourselves. This will cause a lot of headaches for us in the future. If we do not pay them their pound of flesh now to close the gap, they shall simply demand much more from us later. This is the lowest price we are able to bear. Your calculations are rather optimistic, Ensiotis. And you have always been less optimistic than I am, no matter the topic, which means most times you have been able to walk further than me. If it wasn't for that optimism of yours, I would not have had the confidence to take a single step in the darkness. It has been a long while since I heard such praise from you. Go, see our plans through, Gnosis. Everyone from middle management and above is here. We could start the camera at any time. Begin recording. Yes, sir. What is today's announcement about? I have gathered you all here today to announce a major change in personnel. As of today, Ensiotis Silverash will no longer serve as chairman and CEO of Carlin Trade. Ensiotis admits all responsibility for the recent occupational incidents and has resigned. The board of directors has already ratified his request. At the same time, the board has decided that I, Gnosis Edelweiss, shall take over all of Ensiotis' duties. Now, allow me to make the first proclamation of Carlin Trade's new era as a representative of the board to all our colleagues and to the people of Yerag. Carlin Trade shall be ceasing all collaboration with Victoria. As for the many past agreements that Ensiotis insisted on signing, they shall all be temporarily paused until the board has decided on further courses of action. At this extraordinary time, I ask all our colleagues to work hard at their posts, to keep the development of Yerag at the forefront of their minds, and to sweep away the lingering problems of the past. Yerag needs us. Interesting. Wake up! We're here for our shift. Sure took your time. First time we've been here, had to find the place. This lot been much trouble? Most of them aren't talking much, just mind the lead geezer. Which one's he? Isn't the Vinebead Court all geezers? Everyone bursts out in laughter before heading off, leaving just the two guards to take their shift. You should ease up a bit. How could you disrespect the elders like that? You're from Yerag too, right? Still sticking up for him? It was a bunch of this Shithrak who got us into this mess. Shut it. You got a death wish? Two guards look towards Elder Adso as he sits within his cell. He's focused on the thick tome in his hands, playing with a corner of the page as he thinks. All's good. What are you so afraid of? They've been talking big for centuries now, but it's not like the court's managed to flip Yerag upside down, have they? They're the Vicars of KJERAGANDR. Even if you don't respect the elders, you should still respect her. What's the court done that a guy like me needs to respect them? When my mom was sick, the clerics picked some grass for her to eat, made me pray to the grass, saying that it would bring Yeragandra's protection. In the end, we brought her to one of Carlin Trade's doctors. He told me if we had kept going with the cleric's treatment plan, she wouldn't have lasted another day. I'd say the real Vicar is Sir Ensiotis. A scholar known as Jürgen was an ardent follower of her and did much good. Out of resentment, evil men accused him of stealing courtly coin, and he was to be put to death a few days hence. Jürgen's limbs were bound tight, and at night he heard the clattering of soldiers' swords. He knew his death was near, and in his heart he was anguished. Guess I found which geezer to look out for. The guard raises his baton as he approaches Adso's cell, striking the bars over and over. Adso does not stop his recitation as he looks at the guard calmly. Hey, Greybeard, shut your mouth while you're in that cell. Think about what you're going to explain all your sins to Jeragander when you meet her. Jürgen looked up but saw no light. In his futility, he knelt upon the straw lining his cell in supplication to her. O righteous Jeragander, have I not done good in your name? Have I not sought truth in your name? Do good men die in your kingdom while the unjust gain salvation? Why do the lawmakers only hear absurd falsities? Why do the people I saved stand in unspeaking silence? Shistrak, have you no shame, you traitor? I'm going to teach you a lesson. The guard puts his baton away before taking out his key to open the cell door, though it keeps missing the keyhole as his right hand trembles in rage. Oh, KJERAGANDR, through my body be trapped in Gaul, my soul still seeks your mercy. Whilst my eyes can still see, and my ears can still hear, stretch out your righteous hands to me. I swear today's going to be the last day you can even open a copy of the KJERAGANDR. What have I done? I heard another guard. You have done well, my child. Our divine duty is not limited to the 3 clans, the Saintis, or the Vinebead Court. All children of Yerag must be ready to carry out her will at any time, just like you did. I remember Jurgen the Confessor. When I was young, I was lost in the snowy mountains. Just as I was about to black out, a cleric saved me. When we were on his burden beast, he just took off his coat and wrapped it tight around me, telling me the story of Jurgen and how KJERAGANDR will save all the innocents. Where are the other clerics in prison, my child? Nearby. Find an opportunity to free them. Let them escape, then save yourself. Conflict brews atop the mountains. The Vinebead Court shall rebuild everything upon the ruins. Allow me to tell you the end of the tale of Jurgen the Confessor. Halt! Don't force my hand, Great Elder. We are armed, and we will not allow anyone to leave. I will walk by you. If you insist on using bows and crossbows to run counter to her will, then aim at your own hearts. Try it. You. The guards who rushed over look at their comrades with raised eyebrows as they form 2 lines. Many of them have chosen to stow their weapons, opening up a narrow passage. Adso lowered his head as he walks through the guards, leaving behind faint footprints in the snow. As the words left Jurgen's mouth, the entire Gaul began to sway, as wind and snow entered through the cracks. The walls around the imprisoned devotee were as rotted as trees, shattering onto dust as his body was enveloped in blinding light. The soldiers were thrown to the ground, their weapons shattered, but they themselves were unharmed. They prostrated themselves at Jurgen's feet, weeping as they confessed their sins. Jurgen, the Confessor, then walked the lands of the 3 clans, preaching this miracle the rest of his life. And thus KJERAGANDR stretches out her hand to those who call for her, to enact her justice. She has slowly lost all sensation in her joints as her shoes sink into the soft snow. Step after step after step, yet her legs do not stop moving, even as she gulps lungfuls of frigid air. Who's... There is the vague shape of people in the distance. They draw close to her, but the lights flashing before her eyes make her unable to recognize them. You... We've been ordered to receive you, Madame Carolyn. Through there should be others with you here. They got taken by the locals. Then, are there any issues with the intelligence? You can tell Her Grace that the power hiding behind Yerag has disappeared. I've observed and recorded the fall of some extraterrestrial object to the surface. The ensuing catastrophe is further proof of my conclusion. Whether it's the energy field or the Fahrenheit hypothesis, it explains the changes that happened to Yerag. Take this folder. All my research into several hypotheses about Yerag is in it. Hypotheses. You can... What the... I'm terribly sorry, madam. Did you really believe you could hide your personal communications with the Maylander Foundation from us? Her Grace has asked us to bring back only the data. I believe she is very interested in the fact that Yerag has lost its protection. You... Extraterrestrial objects. Fahrenheit legends. There are still so many marvelous things we don't know the truth about across this great land. But all you care about is deception, robbery, and murder. Everything else is worthless to you. If I didn't need you to escape from Yerag, I would never work with people like you. I shall pass on your complaint to Her Grace, verbatim. Goodbye, madam. Thank you for your patriotic service. She sighs deeply, unsure of whom she is actually feeling sorry for. A smoke grenade? Uh-oh. Enemy attack! Look for cover! Ow, right? The night is enveloped in smoke and gunfire, leaving the snowfield in utter chaos. At least until a black off-roader courses out of the smoke. In its wake are the Victorian agents futilely shooting at the vehicle as it drives into the distance. Sorry to put you through that, Carolyn. Had to take our time so the Victorians wouldn't spot us. Got all your stuff? She lowers her head, pulling out a marked file on the extraterrestrial object from the various documents before handing it to the agent sitting in front seat. So, when can I start my research? No need to be so hasty, miss. My boss wants to have a chat with you first. He's really interested in hearing what you're studying. I think you'll be working with us for a long, long time. Carolyn nods her head before she suddenly realizes something. She never had the chance to actually hand over Victoria's Yerag report. She rolls down the car window, heedless of the cold wind blowing in. She takes out the papers she so painstakingly wrote in Yerag, one after the other, and throws them out the window with nary a moment's hesitation. The paper is all the more white under the black night, like fresh snow falling upon the wilds. They spin through the air, buoyed by cold wind and political maelstrom both. Here's your things back, Victoria. All right. Interesting. So, Carolyn's with Maylander. Very, very intriguing turn of events. So, let's go back here, and let's do a couple more EX stages if we can here. Okay, roll with this. And then we'll get ready for Story 3 next. Then we have 9, 10, and 4. So we're not far.
Sun's perfectly
almost
positioned. Let's head to the ambush point.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Let's begin. Got it.
Ooh, this kind of changes things a little bit.
The situation is crystal clear.
Okay, serious face.
Make your decision. Fast as ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
Take like water.
War. A word I've never...
Enough, dream.
Okay.
Only nightmares come with me.
Hear her words. Sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew.
Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue.
That stunned her by pushing her into that, but
Great mind.
we're okay
For the sneak.
Shut up.
for now.
I'll do my
At least we
best.
think, but I don't know if that will do any good, but
This will keep you quiet.
Hiya. Oh, wishes. I beg you coalesce.
I have charge of this sector. Your struggle.
Ice yields to gentle. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue. Great minds think alike.
come on. Wrong one.
Relax. Enough, dream. Only nightmares come with me.
Spring breeze tugs on its positioning.
Just try me.
Ne'er hast thou questioned the road that
Branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
great mind. Thy trampling of this hallowed.
Oh, wishes. I beg you.
Still misbehaving? Then let's kick it up and
Thy trampling of this hallowed ground.
This one's
shall
rough.
get bitter
Very,
root.
very rough. We need to pull Pexus there because that's not good.
can you do it? Cut them to pieces.
Oh man, we're gonna lose that one.
Great
Okay.
mind.
So,
Thy
let's
trampling
restart.
of this hallowed.
That was tough.
You don't look so good.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
we'll be
just an
alright.
early test?
We'll be alright.
Every
Not
plan
until
has to be
we,
tested.
I don't remember
adjusted,
how
and
I
to
had
repeat
everybody
that until it's
laid
good to
out
go.
there.
That's my secret to a foolproof success.
What's weird is how Shu got pushed back there, but she wasn't in a thing. So that must have been the doing of the enemy. Which is fine. We'll figure it out. But
Reap not what's sown by malice.
Easy peasy.
we'll do it this way.
Draw swords. Got it.
We'll do. Probably better to do that.
Now's the time for
For
hellos.
this.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Now, the other issue here is we
The
put Silver Ash,
situation is crystal clear.
which I mean,
have to try harder than that.
If you're really incapable, I'll plant you into the soil to.
Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
this will.
Illusion
I think
and
that's the she's
intimidation
within.
are my tactics
Yeah.
too.
Moving to designated location.
Relax, enough dreaming.
As ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace.
You can't stop me.
No. Lost all of them.
So long as
Kinda
you're
sucks.
here, have some hot soup before you go.
Bartender
Let's use
choice.
lap one.
Custom made.
Like water.
We lost Enciotis.
This will keep you quiet.
Stick them.
Patience for stillness behaving? Then let's kick it up a notch.
It's gonna be rough.
Awaiting orders.
You can't stop me.
Okay.
In position.
Can you do it?
Branch and bone bear weeds.
Oh yeah.
Mound.
Let animosity be gone with the blow.
One or two slipping through here is not necessarily a bad thing, but
No, no.
I will stop you.
her doing this is good. We need that.
Awaiting orders.
Alright, we don't need Texas now.
This will keep you quiet.
Let's work with this. Alright, lap one. Attack.
Here you go. Civilizzato classico.
Sadly, you ran into me.
Open.
Now the time for hellos.
Quickly. Stillness behaving? Then let's kick it up a notch.
See? Got it that time. Much better. Much, much better.
No problem.
No problem. That's what we hope, at least. Okay. EX-4. Okay. Let's do this one. What was this stage? I don't remember. Secret of cooking. Ooh, we got you. Let's throw you out there since he's the cook.
May the unclean
Okay.
be purified.
Actually,
and
yeah.
the blizzards dispersed.
Let's begin.
Okay.
Awaiting orders.
Cut them to pieces. Toxins and traps are my tactics.
— 16, 17, 18.
Solid positioning.
I didn't mean to put her there, but you know what? That's okay. Because I can plop Shu right there when we get a chance.
This will keep you quiet.
Let's help clean that out. There's 50 enemies total here.
Easy peasy.
That's decent enough range. Naruto is already out there.
Awaiting orders.
Okay, come on, Texas. Give me the charge.
You can't
Bam,
stop me.
dropped.
Spring breeze.
Can you do it? Hiya. Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
This is not good.
Got an idea. What do you fear most?
If you're really incapable, clear skies for Shin.
No simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
No. Need to stop them very quickly, or this is going to be bad.
Here you go.
Shively are going to pieces.
The situation.
Can you do it? Hiya. Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
Yep, it's activating. Going
Make your
to.
decision. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter ruth. Great mind, wait. For the
I thought it
snow
was,
shall
but I
bury
think
this all.
we're temporarily okay, at
Awaiting
least.
orders.
Make your decision. Wait. For the snow shall bury this all.
Branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Want a candy? Oh, wishes.
Yes.
I beg you, coalesce.
Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter ruth.
Can you do it?
Enough dreaming. Only night.
Don't oil into a hot. The heat is just perfect.
Whoops. Excuse me. Come on,
Great
click on him.
mind,
There we go.
For the snow shall.
Shut up.
Okay.
Great minds think alike.
I think we're in good shape here. We can pull M.
Pray this
You'll have to try hard.
Oh, that definitely helped. That definitely helped. Beautiful. Woohoo.
Good work. Need to get under this umbrella?
Yes, I do. Put me under that umbrella. Umbrella Corporation. Okay. We'll split these two. Here, let's do.
Here's
Whoops.
the
Let's go back and do story 3.
On.
And then we have story 3, before and after of 9, before and after of 10, and then we have story 4. So what we will do is we'll do story 3, before and after of 9, 2 of the stages, 10, 2 of the stages, and 4. That should work. Okay, here we go. We're nearing completion. So, according to you, that Duke of Castor has had her spies embedded in Yerag for a long, long time, and it's all to prepare for a future annexation. But how is she going to do that? To be more precise, this is my educated guess based on what I've learned in Yerag. So, out of all the Victorians sneaking around Yerag, you happen to be the only actual reporter who's after the truth and righteousness and such like. Oh, you don't have to be so rude about it. My name's Alberta. If you're familiar with the Victorian newsprint business, you who've heard that name in conjunction with many articles about the truth that were deemed unprintable. I take pride in my work no matter what they say. Whoops. I'll believe you for now, little Miss Reporter, but this doesn't mean you're completely free of suspicion. I've had my guards rip out the spies your people sent after the explosion. If you're telling the truth, then take us to your cruise station. I've got a lot of things I'd like to ask the agents you mentioned. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? But... Move! Degenbreaker grabs Ratatos and the reporter, pulling them into the back room as a stun grenade from who knows where goes off in the interrogation room. In the distance, a brown-tailed guard who was unable to get out of the way in time screams. A throwing knife has pierced his heart. Damn it! Degenbreaker pokes her body out the doorway, hiding back behind the door as another knife flies towards her. She watches it tremble after it embeds itself in the doorframe. These knives are the ones used by the Trilby Ashers. You two stay hidden here. I'll go confirm the scale of the raid and their strategy. Ow, right? Again. As she finishes speaking, she suddenly draws her twin weapons, knocking 2 knives thrown from the shadows out of the air before springing forward to attack. The dusk she kicks up forces the reporter to squint. You... What the hell's going on? How did the Trilby Ashers know about this place? Did you leak it to them? But I've been watching you the whole time. That can't be. I didn't. I even checked all my other things and made sure nobody was following me. Look out! The room shakes violently. The reporter pulls at Ratatosa's sleeve, moving her to the other side of the room, just as fragments of the damaged ceiling smash into the floor where they just were. Then how do you explain all this? Wait, there's still one place I haven't checked. She picks up the camera hanging around her neck, removes the lens, presses down on the shutter, and lifts up the reflector. A faint red light glows within. She pulls out the suspicious component, a miniature tracking device. So that's where it was hiding. Another explosion and thick smoke slowly seeps into the room, and the two are hiding in. Degenbreaker emerges from the smoke, her breathing somewhat ragged. 3 Trilby Ashers with this first group. I fended them off for now. The reinforcements they called for are already on their way here. I will keep you safe, Ratatos, but we need to leave. Let's go to the Vinebead Court. There's a mountain trail nearby that leads to one of the secret passages in. They won't dare act rashly against the court. It'll buy us some time. Wait, I need to come with you. Since the Trilby Ashers will keep chasing us, I'll make a record of all their assassination attempts in Yerag and compile them together with everything they've done so far. I'll pass them to a local friend to get the word out. This will expose all of Victoria's dirty deeds to the public. I can't let myself be taken in by them. Enough babbling. I still need to find Ensiotis for a joint questioning. You'd be coming with us even if you didn't want to. Yes, Ratatos is alive. The 3 of them have entered the Vinebead Court's northern gate. The escaped reporter is with her, and the renowned Black Knight is guarding them. What orders from Her Grace? Wait, did you just say that Her Grace will personally be visiting Yerag? Interesting. To Carlin Trade Headquarters, and to Ensiotis Silverash, son of the former chairman and my kinswoman Elizabeth, alongside all the people of Yerag. This is an open letter within which is written all the wrongdoings of Ensiotis and Carlin Trade both. With this letter I shall formally protest all the grievances that Victoria and Yerag share in suffering from, that were wholly avoidable. Must be a letter from the Duke of Castor. Chairman Edelweiss, I'm glad you're here. What is it? Slow down. It's a letter by the Duke of Castor. The contents have already been disseminated to the public. It's all about Yerag, mostly Carlin Trade. What did she write? About how we're not acting in good faith, and Sir Ensiotis. Give it here. Notify all members of the board that we are to have an immediate meeting at HQ. Tell everyone to remain calm. Uh-oh. Ensiotis' first offense and the source of all this tragedy was to seek benefit from Columbia, brute forcing the carving out of a great pit and the construction of an observation station atop Mount Carlin. In the wake of it, catastrophe descended on Yerag. This much is undeniable. Amidst the terror and disarray, he committed his second offense. The humanitarian aid sent by Victoria was instead pocketed by him in the name of negotiation. To legitimize this shameless act, Ensiotis went on the attack against Victoria, leveling baseless accusations and slander against Victorian tourists and expatriates. This was his third offense. His ultimate act of toying with the heart of the public was also his fourth offense. He colluded with Ratatos to fake the Browntail matriarch's death, and through duplicity lead Clan Browntail into hostilities with Victoria. Victoria also has proof that Ratatos is hidden within the Vinebead Court. Those citizens who doubt this simply need examine the premises, though his guilty heart has led him to station his private army there. This is all a bit much. Hey, when I was suspicious of Ensiotis earlier, you guys shouted me down like I was a conspiracy theorist, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? Since when? The whole letter's just Victoria's say-so. A fifth offense explained it, didn't it? Ensiotis just told Radatos to kidnap that Victorian reporter and hide her in the court. Can't be a lie with all those details, can it? And the sixth offense says in order to control the court, he arrested all the clerics who wouldn't obey him. That matches. The court invited us all up their mountain for blessings, but Degenbreaker had some men stop us. What about the seventh, then? It's obvious that Victoria wanted to get a bigger slice of the pie, but Carlin Trade refused them. You're a real idiot, you know that? It's proof that Ensiotis has gone and betrayed Yerag. Victoria's made a fair point about Carlin Trade going against all their contracts, and now we're the ones stuck with the bill thanks to Ensiotis' stupid decisions. So you think we should do what Victoria says? They want Carlin Trade to stick with the old mining agreement and put Ensiotis on trial. They said they'd do a joint trial with the Vinebead Court. It'll be fine. Ensiotis would be lucky if he just got banished for his crimes. The only crime he's done is letting you run your mouth in this rebuilt pub. So he's been doing all the good, while it's always someone else who doing the sinning. Wow, what a coincidence. I don't understand any of this, but I know it's always us who have to suffer for it. Come on, man, trust in Sir Ensiotis. He's helped me out before. What the hell was that? Outside. I heard a lot of troubling talk on the way here. Please tell me you've been doing more than admiring the snow. I shouldn't have asked. Is everything that happened still as you expected? If I said yes, would you believe me? I would. Because we're not unprepared. During the recent growth window, Carlin Trade, I'm afraid it is you who is the optimistic one this time, Gnosis. You know that no matter how many plans and contingencies we make, things will inevitably exceed our expectations. From the three clans, the Vinebead Court, and stretching out all the people of Yerag, Victoria's methods are plain to see. As someone who always bets every chip he has, you were never afraid of risk. Thus, all this is all I deserve. What the hell? Victorian battleships, oh shit. Dark clouds cover the twilight sky. The steel behemoths of Victoria trample across the white snowfields. Castor's fleet. I've heard this fleet was the one that drove the devils out of Victoria during the Battle of Londinium. After the battle concluded, Castor took the time to restore its flagship so that her glory may live on. How many upon this great land can boast of the might to stand against this force? We chose to walk the more difficult road. It is time we meet the end of it. Phew. Why are all of Yerag's mountains so hard to climb? Just bear it a little longer, Elena. We need to avoid the Vinebead Court, and this is the only road that does so. A rift cloud beast clambers up onto Elena's shoulder out of nowhere before jumping back into Johanna's embrace, letting out a high-pitched cry. It's laughing at you. Laugh all you want. I've done more exercise today than the past 20-something years I've been alive. Enya looks at the crestfallen Elena, letting out a light chuckle as she turns the corner. She sees a simple camp by the side of the road, not far from where they stand. There are many clerics of the Vinebead Court warming themselves by the fire. Amidst the crowd, Enya picks out a familiar figure with but a glance. Why'd you stop, Enya? Is that Elder Hadsel? Who? I didn't think I would run into you here. Because you should not be here, Saintess. You know, Elder, when you're talking with the Saintess, you should be more... I know, and yet I also know this is not the road she is meant to be on. What if it is to search for KJERAGANDR? All shall seek her in their time of need. So what is it you need? You instructed me to go on the pilgrimage, so that I may atone for the sins of all Yerag to her. Thus, what I need is to find her, and pray to her for forgiveness. I had wanted to get you out of the Vinebead Court at the time. And in doing so, the court would not be hindered by me. I had hoped that while you were off on the pilgrimage, we would be able to sway the Duke of Castor into handling Ensiotis, and that when you returned, it would be both parties worn and weary. The court would then take advantage of your return to declare a miracle, thus gaining true control. But your brother declared war on the court too soon, and I could not allow myself to fall into the hands of Castor or Enceotis, whether as their prisoner or as their puppet. I presume you being here means you are thinking of being like the court clerics of old, going to Carlin to the ancient refuges in the legends where you can wait for the moment your enemies are warned. As such, there is no need for you to continue with your meaningless circuit, Saintus. Follow us to seek refuge atop the mountains. There will come a time that the people will beg on bended knee for you and us to appear. Silent elders of the court behind him stand up one after another, forming a semicircle before the Saintess. Joanna glances at Enya with unease, her hand subconsciously moving towards her crossbow, but Enya merely gives her a slight shake of the head. I can't stop. The next catastrophe is nearly upon us. What? Saintess is right, Elder. You must have noticed the strange weather these past few days. We've already found an important clue about the heart of Carlin. We have the opportunity to learn the exact reason why a catastrophe came to strike Yerag. Maybe even the truth behind Jeragander. It is meaningless. Elder. Because Jeragander does not exist. What did you say? When I left the court, you told me quite the opposite. Jeragander can exist within the plants, the stones, our words and deeds, but you will not find her true form atop this great land. She is not real, only existing within our imaginations. Not even you can blaspheme against her, Elder Adso. When I was young, my faith in her was much the same as yours. My father and uncle sent me to the Vinebead Court as a child, forcing me to secretly aid Clan Browntail within their mission. Yet all I wanted to do was to serve her in all sincerity. When the Great Elder tasked me with managing the Howl of Writings, I was giddy with glee. Every word to do with her, whether they be fragmented pages or ridiculous essays, was studied by me over and over. But the more you read, the more you realize that the so-called Jeragander is nothing more than a piece of scripture assembled by mortal men. Dare you deny it, Saintus? You too have seen what is said to be the original copy. It is no more than a few scant phrases, nothing like what we have today. It's not true, is it, Henya? From marketplace chatter to historical records, even foreign legends from who knows where. Add cold gales and snowy peaks, and you have the miracles of Jeragander. I persisted in my inspection of everything, hoping to find even the tiniest shred of evidence unlike the rest, but all I found were more and more archetypical tales. I even found signs of adaptation left behind by previous court elders in the margins of a few books. Why didn't you tell anyone? And what would I say? What is Yerag to you, Saintus? That is not a question any one child of Yerag can answer. Because Yerag already has its answer. That this is a nation of faith. Enceotis has tried to undermine it. The Duke of Castor has tried to swallow it. But even they dare not defy Jeragander, at least not openly. But if she doesn't exist, then who founded Yerhag? Our country was never one built atop her flesh and bones. Rather, it was her country that was built atop our flesh and bones. It was the ancestors of the people of Yerag who, amidst these snow-capped mountains of despair, labored tortuously to create a place where they could survive. People could never understand why fate decreed they should struggle in suffering, whilst others thrived in merriment. And so, abandoned upon these hopeless rocks, they had to seek consolation elsewhere so that they may continue to live. From the cries for some almighty leader, and the prayers for majesty and morality for every generation of Yerag, Jeragander was born. From the moment of her birth, she became the foundation of Yerag. Because of their need for faith, generation after generation must repeat a lie. Yerag needed virtue and law, needed art and aesthetics, needed family and tradition, with perfect timing. She would appear by our sides, leaving behind a few revelatory words of wisdom. From this came an unbreakable order, one that has lasted time immemorial. So in your eyes, this lie must be maintained at any cost so that Yerag itself can be maintained. Indeed. Every nation has its own lie. Yerag's is Jeragander. I disagree. A lie can bring temporary reprieve, but it cannot become the eternal law through which we live. You believe it is able to maintain order, so you care not for the sincere longing of the people. You treat their feelings as a tool you can control. When this longing tears through the veil you have constructed, the vine bead cord and the faith it tends to shall be shattered beyond repair. From that point of view, you are your hated Ensiotis' greatest ally. From that point of view, you are your hated Ensiotis. Okay, I get how that's phrased now. Never mind. There is only one thing I wish to ask you. Do you believe KJERAGANDR exists? But... She sifts through her mind, through all her memories of that head maid, but she has already forgotten. How she looked, vague wisps of emotion, all forgotten. There is no memory, no person who can vouch for her, no one who can offer her words of comfort. Her heart lies empty. I do. You claim this is all a lie, Elder Atso, which is proof that there is a truth to correspond with this lie. And so I believe in the passion and goodness preached by the scriptures. I believe KJERAGANDR exists in Yerag. Besides, I have already found the path to her. If you must refute me, then come witness alongside me. Your faith is pointless, Saintus. Even greater disaster awaits Yerag. Ensiotis' short-sightedness has already left her faith on the brink of collapse. This is our last chance to save her. Ever since the pilgrimage began, you have treated me as part of your conspiracy. Because we have both dedicated our entire lives to the faith. It is impossible for you to not understand my devotion. And what is it you wish me to do? At a suitable hour, return with me to the Vinebeat Court to regain control. We shall have to look at our specific circumstances to deal with the Duke of Castor, but Ensiotis must be eliminated. Excuse me. You are a kind soul and cannot bear to harm your brother. I understand. Ensiotis must leave Yerag. That is the most we can allow him. This is pure coercion. In return, I can take you to the place you seek. When I was young, I had searched all of Carlin. Since you must face the truth, this will be the quickest way to do it. I accept. Enya. But on one condition. If we really do find proof of KJERAGANDR, you shall renounce your schemes regarding Ensiotis. Very well. KJERAGANDR above, witness our vows. Okay, OS 9, here we go. We're winding down. We are nearing the end of it all. The rumblings of some distant commotion disturb the scant snow atop the trees. 1 second. Okay. The rumblings of some distant commotion disturb the scant snow atop the trees. What should be a silent street is filled with an ominous warmth. This used to be a road at the foot of Mount Carlin that led to the Vinebead Court, but now Victorian soldiers bar the path as the treads of their tanks crush its surface, a blatant, impassable barrier. The loudspeakers atop the tanks play a message in clear Yeragi. People of Yerag, do not panic. In accordance with Victoria's policy regarding the current situation, we will ensure everyone's safety. This operation will not disturb the everyday lives of residents. We simply suggest everyone stays at home in this weather. We also have a warning for the criminals who have abducted Victorian citizens, and for those who associate with them. Release the hostages immediately, or we will take immediate action. Say, mister, mind if I cross the road? I need to head home to get the fire going. It's about dinner time and my wife's waiting for me. This area's off limits. You either take a detour or you wait. But I'm just trying to get to the other side of the road. If safety's your issue, go ahead and search me. I've just got food on me, nothing else. Are you at the Vinebead Court? No, I'm just a smith. Then take a detour or wait. I've crossed this road for decades now. Don't cause trouble for them, mister. Nothing good will come of it. Just listen to them and get out of there already. I will not be repeating myself a third time. The old man totters away. He turns his head to look back. Through the window of his workshop, his wife looks back at him. He waves his hand, telling his wife to leave. KJERAGANDR above, I wish to hear of your wrath. Oof. Invaders! How dare you! Get out! You hear me? Get out! Victorians this, Victorians that. It's the word I hate hearing most these days. Didn't think there'd still be anyone brave enough to kidnap one at a time like this. Don't you get it? It's obviously some worthless excuse. Now that the Victorians are here, Yerag is about to change. Boston, you're all sitting back just to watch while going on with your pessimistic talk. You're more spineless than a starving burden beast. I'm going to show them the real Yerag. If you're going to make a ruckus, do it somewhere further away. Don't drag me into this. Right. Go to Carlin Trade. They've got guards, don't they? You're all a bunch of cowards. Cowards? I get it, you've got guts, and you don't mind getting your hands dirty, but do you have a family? If this is the outcome of the negotiations, if the three clans, the Vinebead Court, Carlin Trade, if none of them are going to do anything, what can we do? KJERAGANDR from above. Forgive me for my fear, my cowardice. Anger, fear, unease. All sorts of emotions roil across the unarmed crowd, but they have no effect on the armed soldiers across from them. Their voices are drowned by the roar of their engines. Deck of the Gloriana. Ooh. We're with Caster now. Ooh. Hottie. Hello. Caster's personal guard captain. Damn. How do I sign up? Can I work alongside her? I'll shut up now. Anyways. Your Grace, our fleet has encircled the passes into Yerag's mountains. The vanguard force in Yerag has also surrounded the Vinebead Court. Yerag's own warriors are powerless to resist us. The whereabouts of Yerag's Saintess are currently unknown, but we shall ensure that the moment she appears we will locate her. The situation is still under control, so forgive me for speaking bluntly. There is no need for your Grace to attend the battle in person. Do not be hasty, Philippa. Choose your words wisely. If I may correct you, Yerag is not our enemy, but a valuable partner in cooperation. But Carlin Trade still has not given an official response to your invitation to negotiate. I can imagine. Ensiotis is a prideful man. One assumes that having to process this failure must be of inconceivable difficulty for him. You must have heard some of the tales about him, Philippa. By all calculations, he is your kin as well. If he really is the talented genius the rumors paint him as, then why did he abandon the chance to stand by your side, deciding to bury himself in the mountains instead? I simply don't understand. Like I said, he really is the prideful sort. I shall give him a little more time. 6 hours should do it. If the government of Yerag continues to refuse to accept our agreement, then things can only end in a rather regretful manner. Understood. There is still one trifling matter I am unsure is worth your Grace's consideration. The matriarch of Clan Browntail, who by all rights should be dead. We have discovered further traces of activity from her. She is currently hidden within the Vinebead Court, under the protection of the Black Knight. Ensiotis would not go to great lengths to hide someone unimportant at a time like this. It is not worth mentioning, but I am not fond of variables. Find her, and find what she is hiding. As you command, your Grace. Damn. That's what you've been hiding this whole time, Caster? Why didn't she appear? I don't think she appeared in the last one, in the Ride Select Silvernaherza. Yeah, because Caster really didn't have a role in that one. But she, like, in Victoria and stuff like that, I don't remember her appearing during the Victorian War. Caster had her guard, but not the personal guard captain, so that's different. Philippa is a new character, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. If she appeared before, that would be cool to know, but my word. I like her. Anyways, moving on, though. Understood. I shall carry out this assignment to a limited extent, then await further instructions. All hands take note. Team 1, guard the front. Team 2, head to the north gate to lock it down. Teams 3 and 4, find high vantage points to watch the court. Be on guard. If you allow even a single soul out, you shall have to answer to her Grace in person. I've not received any orders to allow Victorians in, sir. I understand. We shall wait here for a reply. The chairman has informed me not to accept any invitations. If you... No matter. I am happy to wait here patiently, just like how every child of Yerag waits for bitter winter to pass. Speaking of, how do you people prepare for winter? I am rather curious. I fear you may not have the opportunity to learn for yourself. I am not here representing myself. My own experiences are not important, Mr. Edelweiss. I believe these terrible conditions call for giving everyone an equal chance to express themselves. Don't you agree? Why are you here? Rest easy, Chairman Edelweiss of Carlin Trade. I have come here for one very simple task, to invite Mr. Silverash to the negotiating table on behalf of Her Grace. A simple, peaceful conversation, all for protecting the bond between our two nations. You've brazenly sent an army to surround Yerag, aimed your cannons at civilians, and dispatched your troops to blockade our markets. Are these actions meant to be part of this peaceful conversation? Mr. Edelweiss? Her Grace simply wishes to let the true master of Yerag know that a speeding warship cares not where the people atop its deck run. For most, their best choice is to hold the handrail tight. Profound understanding can come over the passage of eons, or it can come in the blink of an eye. It all depends on the commands you have received, sir. Get to the point, Victorian. You shouldn't need me to teach you how to say what you're here to say. I would very much rather call it sending a request, Mr. Edelweiss. A request from Victoria is a rather rare sight these days. We cordially invite Mr. Silverash to a spirited discussion with Her Grace about the future of Yerag. We shall ensure the meeting goes smoothly. Her Grace has also commanded that none be harmed. Then we too have our own request. Victoria is to immediately cease this military invasion. I regret to inform you that such a thing hinges on the results of Mr. Silverash and Her Grace's talks. I am unqualified to make such a promise in Her Grace's stead. Right now, my only hope is that there shall be a place warm enough for me to spend the winter. A fleeting hope that it shall be Yerag. How should you present yourself when you face her? I've asked myself that countless times until tears of remorse flowed down my face, for I could not find the answer. Just like how, as I waver in the cold wind, I cannot find anything. The heart of Carlin is a mere mystic rhetoric, a painting within a dream, a mire amidst the mountains. Vinebead Court says that when you are on the brink of death, you shall see her face. I believe this is my last chance. Yet I am unable to prove anything to you. I see only my mother by the bonfire, my wife underneath the curtains, the life I should have. You have come to the end of this faithless follower's epitaph, one written by him for him. His last request to you is to wipe away the snow upon his tomb. A lonely grave stands by the road. Enya and Adso stop in front of it. All I did was bury him. He only had time to carve himself a marker before he died. So the bones we saw along the way are all the bones of humans. Only human beings would use value and meaning to paralyze themselves, to climb Carlin, to walk to her side, to witness her existence. They are willing to give their lives. The Saintess's right hand brushes against the worn wooden marker, completing its master's last wish. Cold wind sweeps past her fingertips as if urging her to grab hold of something. She lifts her head towards the snow-capped peaks as her ears catch the sound of a young woman laughing. Elder, did you hear? She swallows down her unfinished question. The laughter echoes between the mountains, then fades, until it becomes nothing more than memory. I didn't hear anything. Please proceed, Saintess. Enya hesitates for a moment before nodding, continuing onwards towards the darkening horizon, towards the peaks laden with thick snow. The wind picks up, tangling itself in the Saintess's clothes. It leaves behind snow stuck to her brow, like how it sticks to the withered trees she walks past. You need to try harder. I can't keep up with Enya if I have to keep pulling you. We're only 2 steps behind. No need to stand so close. All right. Just now, they were talking to something, right? I think I saw it too. There's nothing here except snow and rocks. Whatever, doesn't matter. Elena forces herself forward a few more steps. Behind her, the snow where she stepped is suffused with a deep blue glow. At the same time, she has the faint sensation of someone watching her. Though the only one by her side is Joanna, gritting her teeth as she pulls at Elena's arm. The billowing wind has numbed her brain. It must have been her imagination. As the thought runs through her mind, Elena hears a sigh. You took it upon yourself to enter a gamble you are fated to lose, Saintess. This is... Indeed. The depths of the mountains, the location of the heart of Carlin. I did as you asked, Enya. I dragged her all the way here. Here, don't just stand by. Huh? Wait, this... No, it can't be. Elena puts all her strength into shaking her head and patting her cheeks before taking out a bevy of instruments, waving them against the cave wall. It is an ordinary cave, one that can be seen anywhere in Yerag. Its only unusual property is its proximity to Mount Carlin's peak. Enya heads deeper within, her breathing picking up pace as she does. The deepest part of the cave is only 100 meters from the entrance, barely wide enough to fit 5 or 6 men. The rocks are covered in a thin layer of moss and lichen, and the air is permeated with the humid scent of fungi and soil. You are not the first who wished to find her, and neither was I. My greatest wish during my youth was to witness her true form, to prostrate myself before her, and so I checked every book in the Hall of Writings, read every line of every poem, all to find proof of her existence. Many before me have left behind records of analyses. One mentioned this place, the only cave atop Mount Carlin. I followed the endless rugged mountain trails before finally finding myself here. The records say that the clerics of the court once sought refuge in the depths of Carlin. Just so. Perhaps you still recall the story of the saintess who roused KJERAGANDR. According to legend, when KJERAGANDR sent divine punishment, the Vine Bead Court chose 100 girls in succession to ascend the mountain and pray. The last of the girls was the one who quelled her fury. But in truth, that final girl was the daughter of a clan leader, which incited the great clans to ally and lay siege to the court. During that massacre, the surviving clerics fled here, after which came the so-called miracle. Peace returned to Yerag. And how would you explain this miracle? Look at Yerag as it is now, and the answer shall be clear. Who has ever heard of a war that came to an end for no reason? If even the murder of a girl can transform into a sublime miracle, so too can political compromise become the stuff of legend. Murder? So that is how you see the actions of the court of old. Indeed. To use murder to seek comfort, to allow ignorance to spur on the heart, this is the bloody debt the court has borne in the name of KJERAGANDR. With no god to promise us eternity, our every step is on thin ice, with no room for inattention. I have brought you here to learn the truth behind KJERAGANDR, Saintess, and now I shall wait for you, no matter how long you struggle to process it. Enya, come over here, quick! This pile of rocks at the deepest part of the cave doesn't seem natural. It's more like a door that someone built. The clerics of old made this place into a sanctuary. Finding things here is hardly strange. In other words, behind this door is most likely the hiding place of the ancient clerics, and a place where countless secrets of Yerag are hidden. What is more likely is behind that door. You will find absolutely nothing. Then let us bear witness, Elder Atso. He's trying to pressure her, but she's gonna find something, isn't she? Enya half shuts her eyes as she walks past the old man droning on about history, slowly approaching the end of the cave. She takes a deep breath, then presses her body against the cave wall like a reunion hug after a long time away. Soil sticks to her hands and cheeks, moss pokes out from under her hair. It is as if she were fast asleep atop the earth. I can feel it. According to my readings, Enya, behind this super thin rock wall, there seems to be a giant cavern. But there's no other way in. I can blow this door open if we have to. Wait, this is holy ground. Do it. What? Enya? Oh, KJERAGANDR above. Pardon the intrusion. It's all in the name of truth. Ooh. Getting nervous. Okay. The after for 9. And then we'll do some more stages, and then all that's left will be 10 and story 4. I'm in position. As Her Grace's latest instructions state, Ratatosa's feigned death must have a reason. She is most likely carrying important information on her person, and is to be captured alive. This is the front. The courtyard is empty. Prepare for direct contact. Do not attract attention, and it quick. The only thing to watch out for is the Black Knight, who is most likely still here. But where is she? The intruder looks about warily, holding his weapon tight. Not good. A black Dagonbreaker flies at unbelievable speed towards him. The intruder is sent flying by the incredible force, slamming against the walls. I heard more fighting outside. What in the blazes is going on? Quiet down. The trickiest enemies for us to handle are outside right now. Dagonbreaker's risking her life to protect us. The only thing you can do right now is sit down, shut up, and not be discovered. I heard the broadcast say that I'm a hostage abducted by KJERAG. Why? Your fellow Victorians got their weapons out and started up their tanks. They're not letting anything out of this place. So are they here to rescue you? Or are they here to keep people in the know locked up in here so they can get their other plans done? The answer is obvious. You mean they're using my rescue as an excuse to invade KJERAG? That's what you said, and it seems reality agrees with you. How did it all come to this? If you've got a way to get the information out, you can ask your fellow countrymen that question. When I came to this place, I thought I could help the oppressed people. With my camera and my words, I would be able to let more people know about the true KJERAG. I believed all that I did had a meaning. Should I be thanking you for your kindness or something? All right, I'll treat you as an actual kind-hearted lady then. So don't play dumb with me now. Why do you think what you've seen is the true KJERAG? And who do you think is doing the oppressing here? Melting snow atop the roof becomes water dripping into the courtyard, causing ripples in the intruder's pooling blood. Before him, the face shrouded in light looks right back at him. Within the great hall, the candle flames are like chained bloodthirst, raging and roiling. Such power. No wonder the reports on KJERAG emphasize the Black Knight's presence. I knew you people would try to sneak in. You. To tell you the truth, I can't tell which of you is underneath those masks. That colleague of yours who came to KJERAG before, surely he told you this land is not one you can trample as you please. Indeed, your frame is known to us. We made sure to make ample preparations. 3 of them? So you intend to win through numbers. None of us could hope to claim victory over you. It is only a mission, nothing more. Your clothes may mark you as elites, but here's something you wouldn't know without feeling some pain. If you wish to pass, it will only be as a corpse. God, is she hot. Anyways, Dagonbreaker's just... mommy, holy sugar. Come, it's rare that I have the chance to go all out. I suppose I should consider you all willing to die. She takes up a killing stance as the air is filled with the muffled cries of unsheathed weapons. With drawn blades and cold gleams, they slowly step forward, stepping onto the puddles, reflecting a muddled sky. Upon this holy ground, a savage melee is about to begin. The humid air warms and dries. Falling snow melts, steam rises, droplets splash about. From the clash of steel against flesh come sparks of scarlet. One down. 2 down. Even more. And another one. Not bad. Again. She says that like she's instructing them, like she's their instructor. Like she does to the Shigeta. That's funny. I never thought it would be like this. Should I not have come to Yerag, Madame Ratatos? That's a question you need to answer yourself along with your country. On the Yerag side of things, I might have also considered using one as pure-hearted as you, so I can't really blame Victoria for doing it. So what exactly does the information I have mean to Victoria and to Yerag? They're just making a fuss out of it to make it look like the facts are already settled. Don't take it too seriously. We're hostages, nothing more. I feel like this is all rather absurd. Well, that's one way to sum it up. If your camera still works, this would make some excellent material for you. I read that a little fast. If I walked out that door, the rest of you would be fine, right? If you did, they'd point their swords at you and confiscate all your material. You yourself might even disappear without a trace, with nobody else knowing what had happened to you. With things having come to a head, you're the one who's meant to understand them the most, not me. So are we supposed to sit here and do nothing? I don't think the Victorians want to lose you, Miss Hostage. Just calm down, wait, and then. I don't care what your plan is, Enciotis, it's time to put it into action. Ooh. Back to the Palarosh. Reporting in. We've built some temporary fortifications, just like you ordered, Sir Arktosh. The enemy fleet hasn't fired yet. Instead, they're marching towards a place 3 clicks from us. How should we respond? Our explosives reserves? We've moved over all we could. We were risking our lives, but at the very least, we could delay the Victorian advance for a while. Good. Go get the troops in formation. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with these Victorians. Ooh, you're gonna piss him off. That's gonna be horrible. The ship stops in front of him, its dark gray armor plating reflecting the sun's light. This is one of the rare moments in Arktosh's life he is forced to look up. Who's your commander? Tell him to come out for a chat. My commanding officer does not wish to come to blows with you, Arktosh Palarosh. That all depends on why you've come to Yerag. Don't tell me you're just all lost in the woods. Her Grace has already made everything clear in her open letter. We must defend Victoria's interests while helping Yerag stabilize following the catastrophe. All we ask is for the mastermind behind Yerag's troubles, Enciotis Silverash, to receive the trial he deserves, which I believe is in line with Clan Palarosh's thinking. The only thing I'm thinking is, if you take even one more step forward, you'll pay the full price for it. The only way you'll be going any further into Yerag is over my dead body. Cool song. Back already? What are the commander's orders? No changes. We keep guarding this final checkpoint. Once all their people are in, they'll definitely find Yerag's arsenal. They've been searching for ages now, but they still haven't found anything. Yep, even if Yerag can't make the big moves like they said, I'm not willing to bet that Enciotis guy doesn't have something up his sleeve. Maybe. Another transport truck. Well, this one's all yours, buddy. I'm all tired out from checking out all those beans last truck. Fine. Guard waves down the truck, slowly approaching him. It obediently comes to a halt. Sorry, mister, but as per Her Grace's orders, all vehicles passing this point are to be searched. Unload your cargo. I don't think that's good. A thick baton smacks into his head with a bonk. Before the other guard can cry out for help, a shadow appears behind him, tightening itself around his neck. Ooh, rear naked choke. We've cleared the road again, sir, just like the plan said. Update Sir Gnosis on the situation. Get those supplies transported. We can't keep him waiting. Who is that? She is unsure whose blood is blurring her sight as it runs down her cheek into the corner of her mouth. She tastes an iron tang she has not tasted in a while. Dagonbreaker's hurt. Her twin Dagonbreakers quiver as they fend off blades coming at her from all directions, while her enemy's wily tricks have left wounds all over her body. She has not taken a single step back. Ooh, that was cool. That's new. Little breathing animation actually coming directly from her mouth in the stills. That's sick. 7 or 8 of her foes lie slumped on the floor around her. Ha! You're at your limit, Black Knight. In truth, you could still choose to lay down your arms and surrender. You're all mouth. Pluck up your silver tongues and come at me if you're brave enough. Even you must bleed. Would you not regret dying here, Knight? Humph. Meaningless drivel when said to someone who holds their own life cheap. Ooh. Clang! She takes advantage of her foe's moment of complacency, sending him flying. Most times, she could not let out a blow this strong, but now her strength is fueled by a rage that had not burned in a very long time. The mere sight of the scar-laden knight's furious form is enough to strike fear into the hearts of her enemies. Some of them take half a step back. Ooh, excuse me. What are you so afraid of? Blurry vision. The knight takes a shaky step forward, leaving behind 2 trails of blood upon the ground. Her eyes shine brighter than ever, but it is the shine of bloodshot eyes. Her body is fast losing its ability to stand, yet her unwavering fervor still flows, from where she does not know. The candles of the hall slowly extinguish. The reflections on the floor become all the more blurry. In the end, she staggers. Ooh. She's in worse shape than she was when she fought the 100 or so men, whatever it was, in the rides to Lake Sibirnaherza. Several smoke grenades fly into the courtyard, covering everything in a cloud of fumes. Uh-oh. Somebody's there to help. Who's there? There aren't court guards. Someone our intelligence didn't account for is intervening. We can't continue the mission. Abort mission! Retreat with the wounded! Made it right on time. Victoria's elite hooligans won't be sorted that easily. We need to find somewhere safe. Wake up, this is no time for a nap. Sharp! Haha, let's go! Rhodes Island's arrived. You're... Sharp. Take it easy with the talking. You're wounded. Did the doctor send you? Silverash has been in contact with the doctor the whole time. After hearing about the catastrophe in Yerag, the doctor figured you'd run into trouble. While we do have our hands pretty full at the moment, the doctor did promise that if you ever found yourself in a pinch, we wouldn't just stand back and watch. I've already called Rhodes Island for reinforcements. They should be here any minute now. What about Ensiotis? No need to worry. I believe Silverash has managed to take the reins of the situation. Just hang in there, Degenbreaker. You're through the hardest part now. Let's go. Just in time. Are we able to maintain our current output? Yes, sir. Ammunition stocks will be as expected. Chairman Edelweiss, I can't help but doubt things. If what we're facing is the Duke of Castor's fleet, then even if we raised our efficiency tenfold, we still wouldn't be able to compete with them. No need to worry. Just follow the plan. We'll handle the rest. I've worked for Carlin Trade for 11 years now, Chairman. I know what it's brought to Yerag. I believe in the both of you. Seems you're ready now. I suppose you don't need me for any further reminders, Master of Clan Silverash. Since this is to be a negotiation, I thought it would change into something more formal. Ooh, the outfit change. How regal of him. Castor's army has laid siege to Yerag, while her advance forces have control over several of our streets, forcing the civilians back into their homes. Arktos has brought his men to confront the Victorians, but they are a frail force in comparison. The Duke's envoy came by Carlin Trade, asking me to pass you an invitation to the negotiating table. She is waiting for you, Ensiotis. It sounds like the situation is still within our expectations. Look at you admiring this lonely battleship. Does it not seem too weak as it is now? Lately, I have found myself often thinking about a day from many years ago. The day my parents received an invitation from Clan Browntail. My father told me that the reason why the Browntails and the Paloroshes did not support us was because they had not seen what we had seen. If someone could take a step forward, even if it is only a single ship, even if it is the infamous Luca Browntail, they knew of the worst-case scenario, but they did not hesitate. Now I am at the age at which they passed away. Looking back, it seems that some things haven't changed. But at least now I know why they did not hesitate. In the wake of their passing, I followed my clan as we left Yerag to head to Victoria. It was a rough start. I was learning them almost out of habit as I got used to the disdainful looks of my Victorian classmates. The only thing that kept me going was the knowledge that one day I would return to Yerag. But in the end, you went to Victoria too. I fear I shall not forget the look on your face when I first greeted you at school. I was simply surprised by the way you greeted me, asking me if I still remembered our childhood promise like some sort of naive fool. Do you still want to make Yerag big enough for the both of us? But it was also what convinced me that everything you said, the future you envisioned, was no mere fantasy. Thus I hitched my rope to Carlin Trade, which leads me to today. Today is far from enough, Gnosis. I am about to meet with the House, the most ruthless of creditors. No matter if I am here to see it or not, I will give Yerag a tomorrow. Finally, I want you to know that it's not just us supporting you. Many other people of Yerag do too. Carlin Trade's years of toil were not for nothing. If you were to ask me what I had wished to hear at this very moment, you always were able to get the people to tell you exactly that. Do you have an example? Like when you told Degenbreaker you would treat her as nothing more than a pawn, and that when her contract expired it was up to her if she stayed in Yerag. But you already knew her answer. Perhaps why I wish to hear such words is precisely because I am not so sure you would give me such answers. Huh. Are you afraid? When I declared I would make Yerag into a grand stage big enough for us more than 20 years ago, I had signed away all rights to be afraid. You have experienced it for yourself. I am sure you have not forgotten. But at times, I too need a few words of encouragement. So have Degenbreaker and I managed to prove you with them? Provide you with them, oh my goodness. Without a doubt. I am truly glad to have you both. Perhaps in the Yerag to come, we will no longer need to make these unserious deals, or rely on the Vinebead Court to have faith. Perhaps you two will have the better of me, and enough with the self-flattery, Anciotus. Go and see the Yerag of your dreams for yourself. If you are a coward who dares not face his own dream, then so be it. Degenbreaker and I have our own things to do. Like right now, I should go. As you wish. Well, so begins the finale. Alright, let's go back. We've got 5 and 6, 7 and 8 here for the EX challenge modes. Let's, maybe we just tackle them all. Maybe we just tackle them all now. And then we go back and we finish the grand reading of the story.
May the unclean be purified, and the blizzards dispersed.
Yeah, let's do
Let's
this.
begin. Got it. Shut up.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Ooh, I kind of have the wrong thingy out here too.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Relax. What? You think you're a better robber than me?
You saw nothing. Moving to designated location.
Slap one there. Texas to give me some extra help. Let's put this slap one here.
Agnese, Vargo, don't get in my way.
Come on. There we go. Now we crush them all.
Special brew.
And then we put
I'll do my
SG there. She'll help. Very, very well. Okay, we're 4th of the way in already. Very, very nice. Yeah, should be good here.
Easy peasy.
Mulesies. Kind of screwed up my range there, but that's okay. We're good.
Awaiting
We
orders.
alright.
Shut up.
Hiya. Let animosity be gone with the flow.
Between them and Ashley, we're doing really
If you're
well
really
there.
clear skies for Ching, rain clouds for Kalu.
Relax. I'll always help you out.
Pass on your last words.
Cut them to pieces.
Oh. 27 of 48. We're doing good. Some extra firepower going in here. Oh, her. And 14 to go. We got this pretty easily. We can do it.
Pass on your
There we go. Let's crush them here real quick to Texas again. 4 to go. Oh,
If you're
yeah.
really, I plant you into
Easy
the
work.
soil to grow anew.
Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
Easy work.
You do it.
Hey, done. 48. That one was very, very fun.
I'm
Very
scaring
easy.
some of our own men.
I like those little
All
dolls.
right. Give me some time to stroll around the battlefield. Need to cool off my blood.
6. EX6. That one was fun. It can kind of constrains you, but it gives you enough room to build off the back side of the map, or the right side, you know?
No need to make a scene.
Ooh. I forgot about this one. I don't like this one. Did this.
You ran into me.
Man. Did get her, but... Ooh, no. No. This sucks. I'm gonna have to sacrifice Lapland. Just to... Ooh, but that awakens that. No, I don't like this. Why do you suck? Okay, this is not good. We're gonna restart. Ooh, I forgot. I had a hard time dealing with this map.
Sometimes getting messy.
Took me a
is
couple
the
tries
slice
to
of
get it the first
cooking
time.
And life. Wash it out, and
okay.
the walk will be good as
Try
new.
again.
Make certain my claws don't scratch you.
Okay, serious space.
Okay. That's good.
Hiya!
Come on,
Let
now.
animosity be gone with the flow.
Let's do this up here for Texas.
You ran into me.
They completely trounced her. That kind of blows. This is fine. Ooh. No. We're gonna wait. We gotta build off of this. We gotta build off this real soon.
Che noia. Zaro, Cesare, sweep the place pronto. Oisa, here you go. Civilizzato classico.
Gotta trigger the avalanche up here.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
Now's not the time for hellos.
Ugh.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
Yeah, damn. Okay.
You saw nothing.
If you're really incapable, clear skies.
Yeah, they're just
for
gonna walk in.
Ching.
Damn, is that a hard one?
Oh, don't worry.
Do I have
Once
to
we
work
identify the source of the
up
problem,
around?
we'll get this taken
Maybe?
care of easy.
I don't know. I don't know how that one would work. Those guys don't seem to want to move until later on. So we definitely got to clear
No
the
need to
back.
make a scene.
Okay, serious space. Hiya! Let animosity be gone with the flow.
Okay. Now here is where we put Lapland.
Noia.
No, that's bad. Yep. Okay, that was dumb.
Sweep the
That was
place
horrible.
pronto.
Man. No. Really, really sucks. But if I put her there, that's going to trigger that. So this is a really, really rough situation here. I'm going to have to expose them.
You ran into me.
Use that. That would activate them. We don't want that. Oopie. Well, since we lost Lapland there right off the bat because I had a bad
I may have
deployment for her,
underestimated this operation.
I think I should probably work more on... We got to get her out. I wonder if I get Wishadel in this one because of the fact that she... Let's try that just because she... I don't think her like shot things bear any kind of weight. So
Sun's perfectly positioned.
to have her
Let's head to the ambush point.
out here. Ooh, that was bad. That was a dumb spot for Mulesies. I moved that one too far
When
ahead.
will a new boss come?
We're all right.
Zara, why isn't this
We're all right,
one
I swear.
gone yet?
We're just a little tired. I think out of all... I forgot to grab Chanel. We'll try it again without. I think out of all the stages,
How
This one.
nostalgic.
was for sure the worst of the EXs, that is.
Want a candy? Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
If we try her here, that get her killed? She's close, but only to them.
Interessante.
Yeah, see, that activates them. Okay.
Don't
Okay.
get in my
Redo
way.
that. That's fine. We're all right. We're alive.
Ultimate victory
Kind
will
of,
not be decided by a single check. Do
Let's
not miss
pull
the chessboard
and get Wishadel
for
this
the
time.
squares.
We've got to make room, which is the biggest problem here. And we've got to use something different here. While deployed, prevents avalanches in its avalanche area, then retreats after a period of time. Or do I go with this to forcibly trigger avalanche? We'll do that. We'll see. Let's try this. We need to get Mumu out there quickly.
How nostalgic.
Let's see, we need Texas. Here?
Draw swords.
Yeah. Shouldn't take
Got
a
it.
lot here.
You can't stop me.
Okay, serious space. Hiya! Take like the water.
Okay.
I'll carve my name onto every
Yeah,
little
now
bit
they're
of
forced to worry
original
about
out
that.
there. The bad news is, too bad, so sad. Not even Ash.
Took care of those.
Hiya! Take like the water.
Okay.
The good news is, today, they're all gonna die here.
Now, do I want to take that or do I go here? Oops. Let's try this.
Got eyes on you,
See if we can take out some of them.
No.
Get rid of some of those bats. Okay, that's fine. Now, do we do... withdraw her?
The bad news is, we both might just
then-
die. Want a candy? Let
this.
animosity be gone with the flow.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we
That was
sow
so
the grain.
bad. This is going to trigger this one. Yeah, okay. We were decent until that. I didn't know how to handle going
Ultimate
further
victory will
up.
not be decided by a single check. Do not miss the chessboard for the squares.
I forgot we should again. Damn it. I have ideas for how this is going to work, and we've got to kind of clear like one section at a time, but you can't be too slow, because if you are,
Careful, you don't want to trip.
if you're too slow, it's obviously not going to work, you know? They're going to end up starting to spawn. These guys will probably start moving. I'm willing to bet on that.
Hiya. Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
Interessante.
Okay, so she can do that.
Margot, don't get in my way.
Now, let's let that take care of all of them. Now, we've got to start clearing this mess.
Want a candy? Now's not the time for
Oh,
hellos.
another ball game to begin with.
Spring
Shoot here,
breeze, timely rain.
which definitely
Now
raises
we
the
sow
avalanche
the
index.
grain.
Now, that's the big problem. We've raised it for everywhere.
I wasn't supposed to branch and bone bear weeds.
We need to charge her up
Mounds and ruins.
to let her
bloom
attack
feet.
everything else.
Hiya. Let animosity be gone with the flow.
This does nothing. This does absolutely nothing. This Mulesy just isn't strong enough to handle it. But
Custom-made quagmire.
she can if Lapland can help handle this, which obviously she's doing a very good job. We can get rid of this guy. So a brief few seconds. Texas can help here.
Want a candy? Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
I wasn't supposed to clear skies for
Nope.
teaming.
Nope.
Rain
We were
clouds.
close. The Lapland idea
When
is
will
very
the
close.
Lupos come?
But
Zaro, why isn't this
instead
one
of
gone
Texas
yet?
over there, I could probably put Lapland in up top if I have Wishido. So let's start this and let's pull, we'll get a helper Wishido instead of changing out anybody on our squad. And we'll put her in here and let's give this a shot.
Maybe
Or I do run with Lapland down here, like I did, like I had. And we're patient with it, like we just were. Ooh. Her attack was higher. I should have went with Wishido, actually. That's fine now. We'll make do. Okay, so let's do this.
Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
Lapland will be the next one to come out here.
Noia. Zaro, Cesare, sweep the place pronto. Bartender choice, custom-made quagmire.
Now we're gonna work on these guys. Perfect. Lapland will take care of all them. Now our entire left side is cleared. So now,
Oh, wishes. I
what we
beg
should
you,
do,
coalesce.
her, here,
I'll make you
like
shriek
this.
so loud the stars will hear you. The bad news is,
Look at you all.
That's gonna help.
Destroyed half the world, but you never figured out how to beat me.
We lose her, that's fine. But we're about ready to launch Lapland, who can take care of all of that real quick, instead of having to worry about this.
Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
Oi, Zaro.
Beautiful.
Here you go.
So she can go handle all of them. Mission accomplished. We didn't awaken them. Wow.
No
Three
problem.
operators. 3 operators. That's a strategy and a half, isn't it? Interesting. So I was able to beat it with Mulesies, Lapland, and Wishido. And that's it. Nice. Okay. Let's just continue. EX7. Let's roll with what we have. Same with 8. And if we've got to go further, we will. But then we'll finish up the story reading immediately after this. Okay.
The mung bean
Where
soup is
are
already
we?
simmered. Whether you want your beans intact or fully dissolved depends on how quickly you return.
Draw swords.
We need...
Awaiting orders.
Interessante.
Amazing.
Margot, don't get in my way. Bartender's choice. Custom-made quagmire.
You saw nothing.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too. Relax.
I've swallowed up the sun.
Pass on your last words. No.
This isn't good.
In position.
The situation is crystal clear.
Yep, I'm here. I convey my starlight to the darkness.
Toxins and traps are my
That
tactics.
forces them away.
Relax.
I've swallowed up the sun.
Ooh, and I can put shoe here.
Spring breeze,
This
timely
helps me
rain.
defend.
Now we sow the grain. I wasn't supposed to outsow the mountains when summer
forces
leaves
them
the
away.
white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Yes. Beautiful.
Same tactics as before. There is no limit to the power that mankind may realize.
I may be out of them, but I can get Lapland out again here.
Interessante.
Yes, but we're in great shape here. I should be able to help clear this very easily.
Civilizzato classico.
If you'll really sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Fun. Okay. These last 2, we got it. Nice. Very easy for that one. Much better than the last couple.
Incredible.
The beginning had me a little
commanding,
scared,
Doctor.
admittedly, but we had it.
My performance is incredible too? That's giving me too much credit. I came
Yuck, Stashy.
prepared, that's all.
We're gonna grab her, just in case. But we should be good. Similar strategy with the other one, because it worked the first time. Hopefully this isn't insanely hard. But we're gonna drop
The way seems
her
kind of rough.
nearby.
Careful, you don't want to trip.
Ha! The only sound they will hear is my blade slicing through wind, not my footsteps.
Fix this.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
You saw nothing.
Relax. What? You think you're a better robber than me?
Interessante.
I do need
Margot, don't get in my way.
monster over here. Activate Lapland.
Switching forms.
Ooh, that was very close. Very close, but the middle
Moving to
over here
designated
is going to
location.
be rough.
Got it.
You can't stop me.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars will hear you.
Okay.
I wasn't supposed to act. Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Too bad, so sad. Not even ashes left.
Okay. And then her here to start
Hear
attacking.
her words. I wasn't supposed
Oh,
to
she's
act,
just outside shoes range, but you know what? That's okay. I think we're good. Okay.
Relax.
On to you. You start attacking.
I've swallowed up the sun.
This will keep you quiet.
Okay, we're gonna keep this slow, just because. Come on, there we go.
That and that special brew.
The good news is
Let's let her
today,
recharge
they're
for
all
now.
gonna die here.
Need speed to succeed.
This is gonna be rough. I want you over here.
Guess what? Your struggles are feeble.
Okay. My Saintess is not doing the greatest, but that's okay.
I'll plant you into the soil
All right.
to grow anew.
Quickly! The experiments have been stewing for so long they're falling apart!
I've got an idea.
The bad news is
Oh, we're doing damage.
we both might just die here with them.
In a fair amount, too.
I've got an idea. What do you fear most?
Alright, we gotta keep everybody here ready to rock and roll. Actually, Ash should be really good here.
Deployment, ruin,
Monster,
and restore.
help out.
Patience, friend. No
You.
simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
The bad news is monster. Look at you all.
Boom!
Destroyed
Okay,
half the
this is
world,
awesome.
but you never figured out how to beat me.
Protecting her.
Same tactics as before? I have charge of this sector.
You saw nothing.
Ooh, we lost Wishida. Not good. Not good, not good, not good.
Solid positioning.
Everything is under control.
I need Lapland activated like
Got an
no.
idea. What do you fear
Actually, like
most?
yesterday, but
Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue.
okay. I don't know
Feel
who just
really
disappeared.
incapable of
Monster
settling
crap.
this. I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
I've got an idea.
This is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. Very, very, very bad. Don't like
Let's begin.
Texas. Mulesies. Throw you.
Awaiting orders.
Drop that. You and her go here. Attack. Lots of power. Get ready, Moo. Get ready, Moo. I need to activate you very soon.
Hiya. Let animosity be gone with the flow.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is not good.
Relax. I'll always help
I'm
you
not
out.
gonna need her.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars will hear you. Switching forms.
Nope. They're gonna walk through. Crap. Crap.
The good news is
Ah,
today
so
they're
close.
all gonna die here.
Darn. Okay, so we had a good strategy, but
You all destroy.
that last little barrage there on
Snow shall
the
cover our
right
tracks.
side, we
and
lost
grant us the
Wishidel.
chance to
We
return.
probably should put you on the other side. We didn't need him over there. We could put him on the other side. Or arguably in the very middle. But we are using her. She is definitely helping in this stage. She was helping knock down a lot of the health of KJERAGANDR, I should say. But
The mung bean soup is already simmering. Whether you want your beans
do
intact
it
or fully
this
dissolved
way.
depends on how quickly you return.
Draw swords.
Texas.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
20.
Interessante.
And what? You think you're a better robber than me?
This helps. This helps. Go Pookie, go Pookie, go. 14, 15, 16, 17. Monster.
Switching forms.
Oizado. Pazienza.
I wonder if we deploy her here instead.
Got it. Shut up.
Deploy her here.
Carve my name onto every move. Here you go.
Oh, Texas just went, which is fine. That's okay. Get Shu and you right in the middle.
Communication is missing a little. Just bear with it. Switching forms.
Ooh. We lost her. Yeah.
So long as you're here.
Clear skies for Qingming. Rain clouds.
Enough dreaming. Only nightmares come with me.
The bad news is too bad, so sad. Not even ashes left. Switching forms.
Pour oil into a hot one. The heat is
Ruin and restore.
Oh. Okay, that's working. Her health is restoring. Okay.
Oizado. Enjoy. Baron dance.
What? You think you're a better
Hey,
robber
fun.
than me?
In position.
Okay.
If you're
Shoot.
really, I plunge you into the soil to grow anew.
Stars on your last words.
Okay, let's slow this down a little bit.
I can rain my starlight to the
Actually.
darkness.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. This is beautiful. Now we're doing things a little bit better.
Moving to designated
Cool.
location.
Her.
Got an idea. What do you fear most?
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. A bad luck. You ran into me. Need food to succeed.
Clear them out. That helps.
Switching forms.
Patience, friend. Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
Okay.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Get involved here.
Moving to designated location.
I wasn't clear.
All right, we
skies
almost got
for
her now.
Qingming. Rain clouds for Wu.
And actually, it's just them. Let's go. We got this. We haven't even awakened them. Got her. Done. Ha ha! Let's go. Took 2 tries, but we got it.
Que noia.
Noia. All right, now let's wrap up the story then. We finished it all. Let's collect these last few things too. Oh, not these. I'll do the grinding tomorrow. But let's get these last bits of story. 10 before and after. And then the finale. We have roughly about 35 and we have roughly 40 minutes-ish of story. The rock wall collapses with the first blast, revealing a deep cavern to the spelunkers. Just like I thought. Looks like you really can go deeper. Can't see much further than the tunnel entrance. We'll need to go down if we want to explore. Enya? Her question echoes through the cave. The Saintess does not answer, for she is watching the babbling old man purse his lips tight. Seek not my temple, but my heart. I await you, Elder Adso. His legs are like wizened tree roots, his dried-out throat like a shallow pool in the dry season. There he stands, unmoving. I shall stay here and keep watch while you enter to do what you must do. But didn't you make a vow with Enya that you'd prove whatever's inside isn't KJERAGANDR? If you don't come with us... I have already made myself clear. I shall keep watch outside. If she truly does exist, then she should come out herself to greet me. Elder, it seems as though rather than learning the truth, you would much rather be blind to the evidence of her. No, I would not. I would never. There are no answers here. And why did you bring us here, yet refuse to bear witness? Oh, she does not exist. Daughter of Silver Ash, and you too, do not pretend you have not seen. The hunters who tan furs with frozen fingers. The gleaners who choke upon dust, and Oripathy haunted with their torn skin. Have you not seen them? They who kneel upon the dirt until their knees bleed, all to beg and plead to KJERAGANDR for salvation. No, to end their miserable lives early even. While you huddled together in your warm houses making merry, it was I in the Vinebead Court who would go where you were unwilling to even look at, to the homes of the impoverished and destitute. It was I who soothed them, I who kept preaching to them, none shall be abandoned. Even if you were born into a lifetime of suffering, there is still a God who loves you. It was we who built the nation where people can greet their ends with a smile. But KJERAGANDR, this arbitrary liege lord, this king who sees all as her cattle, she should save these people, save all of Yereg. Yet she is aloof, magicking up some miracle every once in a while to show her power. Why is it only ever barely a handful of people saved? Now, you even wish to go see this monster, this tyrant, to ask her to deny me, to deny the order we have so painstakingly built. I cannot. What more is left that could support this old man? He collapses into the dirt, crying out in anguish, as if his frail body were struck by some invisible hammer. Speak. Tell me. Why does she not know? Why does she not understand? Why do you stay silent?
Great Elder, why is he so upset? Elder Adso, I understand why where you were coming from. We are not allowed to witness the true face of God. Only through her admonishments, her creation, can we describe her. But I still wish to believe that no matter what I see at the other end of this cave, my faith shall not be swayed. The virtues and commandments, the knowledge and wisdom she has conferred upon us, they have meaning. I merely wish to see clearly what road the children of Yerag have followed. Enya turns and walks into the deep cavern without the slightest hesitation towards where her faith lies. Back on Castor's ship, the Gloriana. How long has it been now? It has been 5 hours, 57 minutes since we sent our ultimatum, Your Grace. I must say I did not expect Ensiotis to choose to respond this way. 'Tis a pity things had to end like this. Relay the order. All men are to... That. Your Grace, you've sighted one of Yerag's high-speed battleships. You don't mean... How many? Just the one, Your Grace. Even without the aid of binoculars, those standing atop the deck can see it. In the distance, a battleship slowly emerges from a snow-draped valley, its hue that of silver ash. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing at this moment. This ship, no matter if you compare it to the fleet it is facing or the mountains behind it, is rather on the small side. Silver ash? Your Grace, the ship is hailing us on a public frequency. Their message states that this is the Yerag's high-speed battleship and her captain is Ensiotis Silverash. He sends his greetings to the Victorian Duke of Castor. Oh. But does this stunt of his mean he is here to negotiate or to start a war? He says he hopes he can have a pleasant discussion with your grace, and he hopes that discussion can take place aboard your grace's Gloriana. Very well. Welcome our guest aboard. There he is. It has been a while, most esteemed Duke of Castor. I trust you have been well, Anciotus. It truly has been quite a while. Whenever a youth such as you stands before me, it reminds me that time is fleeting. Oh, how is one meant to endure such a thing? Though much time has passed, I shall never dare forget the aid you gave me at that time, alongside your kindness towards a Carlin trade. You were far too hasty when leaving Victoria. You only remembered to bring along Castor's aid with you, while leaving our friendship behind. I had even hoped that one day you would invite me to Yerag as your guest. But since you are here, then I should extend you a host's courtesy. A host's courtesy, you say? I find myself rather curious, since you have been expelled from Carlin Trade, and the Silver Ash clan is branded as traitors in bed with Victoria. Then who have you come to me as? It is simple. How dignified. I am here as the sole authority of Yerag. I shall speak for this nation as we discuss matters. KJERAGANDR, this place is huge. It's beyond imagination. Was this place really an artificial refuge? At the very least, it was hidden by human hands. Do you see any ruins the court may have hidden here, Enya? No, I don't. Wait, did you hear that? Does it sound like rocks falling onto snow? No, it's more like, based on these readings, it's rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Even this stone here, these veins on it are actually like blood vessels, fluorescing to the pulse of the sound. How would you explain it? My instruments are picking up biosignals. It's going to be hard to believe, but there's only one answer. We are inside the body of a living being. But how can that be? Whoa! What is this? Nearly tripped over it. Seems like there's some sort of statue here. I nearly bumped into it too. Let me turn my emergency light on. The shimmering light dispels the darkness, revealing the thing that is blocking their path. Huh? Nice sculpture. Why is it crawling across the ground? It's not the only one. Look, there's another one there. Seems like there's even more of them this way. They're clothed the same way the ancient peoples of Yerag are described in historical records. But did those people have the technique to sculpt like this? Craft and sculpture at the time were cruder. Enya, what do you... Enya? I am afraid that these are not statues. They're not? They are past saintesses. They are from the last time KJERAGANDR vanished. They who offered themselves up as sacrifices to beg her to return to Yerag. Enya brushes her fingers against a sculpture's face, her wrinkles, her flesh, her cheeks puffed up by gritted teeth, her eyelashes, her tears staining her cheeks unevaporated. A girl dead from hypothermia, her delusion, relief, and trembling from the cold merged into a single expression. They were encased in ice after their deaths, preserving their faces and postures. They were all looking in the same direction. They were all looking for her answer. The women followed the gazes of the sculptures, turning to look behind them. It is a Fernmut. What is that? I've never seen anything shaped like that in Yerag. It is KJERAGANDR. It is what the people of the past saw, and also, its height and scale are far beyond ancient techniques. It couldn't possibly be a relic of the past. But this cave has been sealed off for ages. Who did this and why? A frigid wind from nowhere, laden with fine snow, slams into them. Enya, look out! The statue is calling me. The sound of beating heart gradually becomes an ear-splitting din. She cannot hear the shouts of her companions, not even her own breathing.
The only thing her senses take in is the statue's icy radiance, alongside an irresistible urge. The moment the Saintess's hand strokes the base of the statue, a great shock envelops all present. A vibrant scene rushes into the Saintess's mind. Where'd it go hiding now? Joanna? It's like her memory or something? I just saw it. Its shadow darted through the grass and vanished. Did I lose track of it again? Past experience advises her to stoop down. She was still a child the first time she set foot into the forest. What was it her father taught her then? Listen up, Joanna. Hunting isn't easy. You need to be careful. You need to be brave. You need to be determined, and you need to be merciful. You need to pay attention to the tracks left by every animal. Footprints in the snow, scratches on bark, fallen hairs, spoor and traces of buried food. She walks by an expanse of snow, trees and bare soil, still no sign of her prey. Her gigantic prey, nearly the size of a small mountain, seems to have disappeared into thin air. Don't rush, even if you can't find anything. Don't rush, Joanna. You're a hunter. You'll find your game. For she has promised you that you may enter the forest with bow and crossbow, and the forest shall give you the meat and fat you require. You... I see it, over there! A shadow fleeing out from the underbrush is swift, shooting out over the trail towards the depths of the forest on the other side. The girl waves her arm behind her as she shouts. Dad, head into the forest from the side. Let's pincer it! A voice replies from the empty forest. Go, Joanna, you and me, we'll catch it! Go, you'll catch it. You're such a faithful girl, never missing prayers or ceremonies, always concentrating when you carve statues of her, even telling her your thoughts every night. She will grant you a full belly, happiness, and a tomorrow to wake up to, because of your piety and the time you have given her. If I can actually hunt that thing down, I won't have to go hungry this winter. It'll be enough to feed my brothers and sisters, and I can even give some to the old lady next door, and the lady who just had a baby across the road. The horns can be carved into figures of KJERAGANDR, and the skin can be made into a new set of clothes for my sister. There is a warmth in her chest to go with her joy, as if something were swelling within, fit to burst. Her legs are faster than ever. Her hands do not tremble. She closes in on her prey. Nearly got it. Please bless my hand, KJERAGANDR. A crossbow bolt flies through the air, its scream shattering the serenity of the snowfield. The girl sprints after her quarry, into a bush. She can almost reach its thick fur. There is nothing in her grasp, only a chunk of originium crystal in her arm, growing like wildfire. What use is your faith? KJERAGANDR will not protect you. The land shall have its fill, but you are but its prey. This room is very, very familiar to me, though I have never seen it. I am well aware of what this is. The cramped, gloomy room is filled with the scent of pine oil, thick to the point you can barely walk through it. It is joined with a dry heat that resists description. This is one of my thoughts. The old man gets up from his chair. He steps forward as if he were about to measure the size of the room with his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 5, 10. 10 steps. 10 is enough. Narrow compartments, soundproofed, insulated, unknown to others, suited for clandestine discussions. If I had put it that way, if I had extended the invitation that way, then the silver ashes. What did I say when Luca came to meet with me? Did I advise him to not commit this unpardonable sin, or did I not? Did I advise him to return to the righteous path, or did I not? Did I agree with him, or did I not? Did I believe the new things that couple brought with them would destroy the soul of Yerag, or did I not?
Did I tell him how to build a hidden room within the parlor of the Browntail Manor, or did I not? Did I tell him how to store pine resin, flammable materials, dry wood, and fire starters, or did I not? The fragrance intensifies to the point that it stings the nose. You forgot our deal. Brother! You were supposed to take control of the Vinebead Court and work with me, so that all of Yerag would serve under the Browntail name. Why are you always such a do-nothing coward? Oh, it wasn't supposed to be like this. You know how much blood is on our hands just getting us to this point. Look at these two girls, Radatus and Cirrus. They're your own flesh and blood. You're not going to close your eyes as the Silrashes and Palarushes put them to the sword when they grow up, are you? All my life I've told many lies, cheated many people, including those I love and those who love me, those I trusted and those who trusted me. I once sincerely believed that great power was the answer to everything, but I was wrong. My decades in the Hall of Writings washed my heart clean of my arrogance and stupidity. I understood that the only thing left in my life was a mission to serve the truth, the very virtue that KJERAGANDR carved upon each and every one of our souls, and so to repent deeply. For the injurious plots against my neighbors, for my despicable tearing away of parent from child, for my lust for power, for the lies that poured from my deceitful tongue. If KJERAGANDR truly existed, how could she ignore all I did? Fire, a fire from out of nowhere. Or rather, it is a fire lit decades ago, a well-crafted trap that has finally found its prey. A fire that has burned for thousands of days finally sweeps in furiously, engulfing all that Adso sees. Get out of here! It was us who found this unfreezing lake first. Nonsense! We were the ones who found it first. Our brains and agility let us look out from atop the tallest branches, so we're the real masters of the lake. Sure, you've got good eyes. Lets you spot water and fruit, but you've got weak limbs. You could barely do anything without wobbling like a baby. If it wasn't for our strong arms smashing those rocks to open the mountain pass, nobody would be able to get here. And what about us? It was us who crossed the streams, us who led the way for you, and us who guard the lake day in and day out. We're the ones who make sure parasites don't dirty the water. So we're the ones who should own the Heart Lake. Why must you fight among yourselves again? There's enough water here for all to drink, and enough forest for all to build homes. My word, these fruits and crops, how are they growing out of nothing? Is this one of your miracles? We should make you our leader. From now on, we wish to hear your will, to follow your teachings. It was all of you together who awakened me. I have seen all the hardships you endured as you came here from every corner of the land. Your instincts tell you to slay one another, and your instincts tell you to aid one another. But what can be achieved through strife can also be achieved through sharing and communication. It is already so difficult to survive upon this land. Must you add harming each other to the mix? From here on, you need not regard each other as enemies. Enjoy what this land has to offer as equals. It was the beginning of it all. She appeared amidst the people, worked her miracles, resolved their disputes. The three clans began to live together. From then on, this land had a name. Your Majesty, this book recording the history of Yerag is complete. Pray look over it once. We do not forget a single line of your teachings. We shall abide by your every commandment. No need. You must remember my words and the road you have followed here, but most importantly, remember the first kindness you felt in your hearts. You must reflect upon yourselves, see clear your own hearts, and make them clean. So long as you hold goodness within your hearts, you shall not walk down the false paths. I have nothing more to teach you. The road ahead is yours alone to walk. I believe it is time for me to rest. Her Majesty has left. She told us to live as we have, but if there is nobody to command the three great clans, how can we have faith in others? No, we must hurry back to our lands and warn our people. We must beware invasion from the other clans. KJERAGANDR left, and as she did, she returned authority to her people. The wheel of history turned back to the beginning, and it seemed that the peaceful days of the past were but a fleeting dream. Humanity returned to where it started.
What?
Indeed, you are the next saintess. Please prepare your luggage.
My family still needs me. It's sowing season after all. They won't be able to till the soil without me, and if that happens, they'll starve come winter. What about the lady from before? Where did she go after she came back from the mountains? Didn't you say that only she needed to climb?
We need an answer, and we need someone to bring that answer back to us. She was unable to fulfill her duty, and so the task befalls to another. It is a great duty. The weight of the lives of all Yerag rests upon your shoulders. Please come with me, Saintess.
Rubbish! Complete nonsense! I can't believe you would lie to a little girl like that! Don't listen to him, but tell your family that you shouldn't throw your life away like that. Oh, watcher above the clouds, God of KJERAGANDR, I ask that you return to us. I beseech you, respond to my voice. Cold. Mama, so cold. What must we do, KJERAGANDR? Seriously, I keep shivering so much. If the bell bothers KJERAGANDR, if she gets mad, what do I do? No matter the wrongs we have done, I beg you, do not abandon us. Oh, great KJERAGANDR. Enough! Enough! Don't come any further, you'll die! Why all this for a lie? KJERAGANDR has never... So you saw. You're... Kiar? Did you really only just figure it out? Enya, you're more muddle-headed than I thought at times.
All right, time for the after, and then the final story piece. We are at the finish line. Let's do this. The icy wind slowly comes to a stop. An azure lake gleams above the vast tranquil snowfield. Yerag's winters are cold and the water freezes over naturally, yet its surface remains a mirror, softly reflecting the blue of the sky. A figure appears at the center of the lake.
Yar? Yar, is that you? Enya. Yar. What should I call you? Yar or KJERAGANDR? Oh, you. Surely you haven't forgotten. KJERAGANDR is what the people of the past named me. Yar shall always be headmaid to the Lady Enya. Enya thought of many things she wanted to say during her long journey here. These thoughts sway through her mind alongside all the questions she wants to ask, like a cup filled to the brim. From time to time, it would make some noise, but now that she looks inside after her eternity of waiting, she finds it dry. Long dry. What should she say? What could she say? The friend she was searching for stands before her, her warm hands caressing her cheeks and the tip of her nose, just like she always did. Well, I can't say it's entirely unexpected. I am pleasantly surprised you managed to find this place in the end. I was really worried about you, Yar. I didn't know where you went, and the people were terrified after the catastrophe struck. I had no choice but to go on the pilgrimage as the Saintess. I went by many places before ultimately discovering these ruins atop Mount Carlin. Did you say you went on the pilgrimage? In this season? You idiot! Well, forgive me. As a maid, I should not speak to the Saintess in such a manner. Enya, I'm just glad you're all right. Her friend's voice is still as dear as it ever was. Yar, those visions I saw just now, were they the Yerag of past? They were. Those were my memories. Memories when I walked alongside the people countless years ago. The tale of how the Yerag of then became the Yerag of today. You are here in the forbidden land of KJERAGANDR's body, and so, through her eyes, you may witness history 1,000 years past. I'm in KJERAGANDR's body? How should I explain it? You started in my arm and crawled your way into my chest. This lake, is it an illusion?
Is this the Heart of Carlin? The Heart of Carlin is actually the name of this lake. What you see is how it was 1,000 years ago. At the time, in the depths of the mountains, there was a lake that remained unfrozen year-round. Desperate wanderers discovered this precious source of water, and here they took root and multiplied in time. They came to see it as a heart. The heart pulsed, and Carlin's flesh began to grow. And so the people built an altar here, so that they may honor the miracle that KJERAGANDR blessed them with. I saw the statue in the ruins. It was huge, exquisite. Completely unlike the statue by Lake Sobernherza that we referenced ancient texts for. Was it something only people who have seen the real you could have made? What are you, Kjar? Oh, now that's a question and a half. What a headache. A very, very, very long time ago, I only knew that my body was massive. No, different from the mountains and rivers themselves. The land once teemed with my kin. Before the darkness descended, they already had names assigned to them by beings of the past. Farenmuts, children of the planet, lords of the land. In comparison, I am not that much older than your most ancient civilizations. If you were to ask me, I prefer to see myself as a form of life. Really, I much prefer the name KJERAGANDR. Unfortunately, I am not what the people crave. I am not a god who has power over all. But they still treat you as one. They believe in the commandments you have given and ascribe everything to you, good and bad. And those saintesses, that was not my intention. I once went to sleep for a time, but apparently my departure terrified the people. As they tried to search for me, to rouse me, they became lost. I sealed this place away, in the hope that the people would forget of this terrible mistake of the long past. I know that, of course I do. You're not some evil, sinister spirit who would smile in the face of innocent girls freezing to death. Enya raises her hands, holding on to the warm hands cupping her cheeks. I am not the god the people need, nor have I ever given any commandments. I am nothing but another one of the lives born upon this land, born without rhyme or reason. How could I possibly have any wise words of survival to pass on? But when I took the form of man and walked among you, I discovered to my surprise that though your people are frail, you possess an innate, near instinctual power. One that allows you to help one another, to overcome all difficulties and survive upon this dangerous land. In your language, the power is known as virtue. So that's how it all came to be. It was not I who taught you, but rather it was you who taught me the meaning of life. As for the name KJERAGANDR and the form that represents her, those are creations of men, but I do not believe them to be lies. The name of KJERAGANDR is how the power you wield manifests itself, nothing more. I think this is the KJERAGANDR you seek. And so she said, my path is, in the end, your path. People tried to confirm her appearance, but ultimately they were only attempting to see clearly who they themselves were. But the paths people walk are for the most part not level roads. Most of the time they are like confused burden beasts, circling about the same place over and over. The people of Kjerag once brought you back among us, and so our faith was steadied. Kjar, will you come back? Enya, I think I can't stay by your side this time around. But you promised me. You told me that you wouldn't just leave all of a sudden, that she wouldn't simply spirit you away. Enya, listen to me, Enya. I'm afraid I have to break my promise this time, but I never meant to lie to you, never. You are my friend. Out of countless years and countless people, my one and only friend. I wanted to accompany you forever, until the end of your days. I even thought I would be the one left behind to endure our separation. But what happened? What could possibly have happened to force you to leave? There is no such thing as an eternal union. Parting is simply a matter of time. And my time has come. That is all. I just didn't want the day to come so quickly. Things happened at their most suited hour. You are unlike the other children who call out my name. You are not some helpless girl waiting for my answer as you are pushed about. I started out the same as them. But now you walk the path of your own choosing. You were able to find the solution in your own heart. You have braved great trials I know nothing of, experienced great danger I could not help you with, and now you stand before me. You are my Enya, my sweet, sweet Enya. You are the little burden beast who managed to jump the fence. You have a heart that resists all discipline and a bright, witty mind. You are the first saintess to come pray with resentment and bitterness in her heart. The snows of Carlin are tall and far, as pure white as stacked clouds. The wind blows from deep ravines, gently sweeping by the great land of Yerag. Snowflakes fall from the wind's embrace and melt with spring. They travel through Carlin's streams into the lake, and seep into the depths of the earth. From there, the sun's rays lift the water, the mists returning to the horizon. They pile up into clouds before turning into the next round of snow. Their hands refuse to let go of each other. The warmth as they lean upon one another lights a spark in their bodies. Go, Enya. But where? Go drive away the last of the darkness and usher in a new tomorrow. The illusion disappears, like waking from a dream. The cave is still as gloomy as it was earlier. The Saintess of Yerag turns to the massive statue. Drive away the last of the darkness. Usher in a new tomorrow. Broken clumps of snow spiral around her before being dispersed by the wind. A single snowflake remains in the palm of her hand, a perfect, flawless hexagon. It does not melt, nor flit through the air. It simply waits quietly like a guardian, unmoving for eons. Not even asking me my opinion before giving this to me. You know I don't like taking the spotlight. You're just so willful. Ah! Thank goodness, you're finally awake. Did I pass out? You did. Both of you did when Enya touched the statue. You've been out for about 5 minutes. I didn't think it would be that short a time. Did you see it? I did. I had a terrible nightmare. I was chasing down some game when my illness suddenly got a lot worse. My entire arm turned to stone. Then I saw someone who looked a lot like KJERAGANDR, and she cured me in my dream. And she comforted me, telling me the stone disease isn't KJERAGANDR's punishment, and that I'm not a bad girl. Saintess, could she have been KJERAGANDR herself? Why? We found her, right? We did. That must have been KJERAGANDR you saw. What are you two talking about? How come I'm the only one who didn't see anything? Don't worry about it. She simply gave each of us the answer we needed. Enya, Maybe I need to revisit my hypothesis and calculations. If it wasn't a special vein of ore that protected Yerag from catastrophe for a millennium, add to that all we've seen in this cave. Though I still can't bring myself to believe in things like Fahrenmuts, which are completely incompatible with our scientific system. But having eliminated everything false, then the only possibility left must be the truth, no matter how absurd it may be. Enya, could you tell me? The KJERAGANDR you saw, what was? Giddy face. The Saintess stretches out her hand, softly stroking the perplexed woman's head, treating her like any other devotee who has come to her for confession. I can't explain what the KJERAGANDR in our hearts is in scientific terms, but as a scientist, how could you possibly fear the unknown? I would never. KJERAGANDR might not be something completely incompatible with science. Perhaps you have discovered a little corner of a field that science has yet to set foot on. Oh shoot, what is it? When we were climbing the mountain, the catastrophe warning went up another level. Basically, within the next 3 hours, there is a 72% chance Yerag will be hit by a second catastrophe. Enya, we need to go and tell everyone to evacuate right away. We won't make it in time. I still have one last thing I must do. Wait, where are you going? Lena and Joanna follow behind Enya, the three of them running through the passage they came through. At the entrance to the cave, they see a familiar figure once again. They are unsure why, but in the short time they were away, the old man seems to have aged 10 years. I saw her and her footprints in the snow. I was an unforgivable, faithless man all along. The elder of the Vine Bead Court falls to the ground as if all the strength has been sapped from him. I once endured the tangling of love and pain alongside a friend as we waited for daybreak to wash over the mountains. The road we walked was far longer than the road leading up Carlin. You... The Saintess's finger traces out a shallow arc across the old man's forehead, from left to right. Her fingertip streaks across his graying brow, anointing him with unmelted snow. Like how the most pious of Yerag clerics would dispel spirits and make prayers for newborn babes. I still remember her. The girl who would ask me to teach her, even when it came to darning clothes. How the living should be saved, how order should operate. You did not know, but she was also learning from you. She watches all you do. She wishes to walk with you, whether you walk down the right path or the wrong. She never meant to deny you. Her Saintess has heard your confession and in her name absolves you of your sin of disbelief. By KJERAGANDR you walk with her. Unstoppable tears flow from his aged eyes. They seep into the earth like fallen snow. I must admit I once looked down upon you and upon Yerag. That battleship behind you is the result of over a decade of painstaking nation building. Although I am not entirely sure why you changed your mind on keeping your secret weapon here concealed. But no matter. If one were to survey the entirety of Terra, how many people could do all this with one? Would one find? You have earned my praise, Silver Ash. I thank your grace for your approval, but as I see it, what is more regretful is that if Victoria were still the mighty empire it once was, you would not pay much heed to the profit you could extract from a measly speck such as Yerag. Who would have thought the prediction that arrogant youth gave during that one banquet would become so dangerously accurate? In the end, there are none who can save Victoria from its misfortunate decline. Though it is not hard to see where history's river is taking you, to change its course requires the hand of fate on your side. There's pride to be had in your foresight. I have never been scornful of your talent. In all truth, I have had my fair share of wondering how things would be now had I kept you in Victoria back then. Would you be a general with the name of Castor, or perhaps a famed marquis? Future where? I would not have curtailed whatever achievements you acquired, regardless of the details. It would have been much better than the situation we find ourselves in now. If this is what your grace truly believes, then I hope there is still the opportunity to accept such an invitation. Oh, don't make that sort of joke, or I might just start expecting it. I presumed you have exhausted all the words of rancor in your heart to curse my dastardly cunning. I never had any in the first place. If you lose the wager, you must pay. This is the most basic of preparations any player of this game would have made. Besides, you are simply here to retrieve the profits you are owed from the many years of trade between Victoria and Yerag. But no matter, I must thank you for coming here in person today to sign this agreement with me. You will be giving Yerag a priceless opportunity. A priceless opportunity? Let us return to the topic at hand. You being here must mean you agree to all contents of the pact. All contents? I am afraid not. I must dissent with the agreement's particulars. Oh, you still wish to bargain, even at this hour? All right then, let's hear it. Which clauses do you disagree with? I know you intend for Castor and Yerag to start a joint mining program, so that you may partake in 40% of the extraction of Yerag's minerals, including originium or iron. By my reckoning, this number could be increased to 80%. Oh. Yerag has ample mineral wealth, enough for the development of both our nations. Victoria will offer mining equipment and specialist training to Yerag as a means of aid, and we are more than happy to welcome in the workers and technology consultants you need. However, we will, from now on, not allow a single Victorian soldier to pass our borders. Ah yes, the one clause regarding the distribution of mineral extraction profits between Victoria and Yerag is dictated by equal negotiation. I had my issues with that as well. Yerag shall have complete and absolute sovereignty over all resources within our borders. Victoria has no right to interfere. In regards to Victorian aid, we give our thanks. Victoria shall enjoy preferential prices for all commodities Yerag sells her. Naturally, the aid you have offered shall be repaid in equivalent value, so Victoria must import a sufficient amount of goods from Yerag on an annual basis, the amount of which shall also be decided by Yerag. Don't be like this, Enciotis. Such unreasonable demands ill behoove one conceding defeat. Conceding defeat? I do not recall ever uttering such words during my time aboard the Gloriana. Huh. Why exactly do you think I would agree to your revisions? You've lost your mind. I have faith that you will agree. Adina, this is the bargaining chip I have brought with me today. I am terribly sorry. We are of the belief that using military force to dictate a bilateral agreement is hardly reasonable. But this may be the only form of negotiation you are willing to accept. He's ballsy. I love it. What was that? Who's firing at us? It's that battleship! Damn it, there's only the one! How can it have that much firepower? No, that's not it. It looked like the cannon fire came from the mountains. Keep them coming! Keep those hands moving. Don't give the Victorians a chance to breathe. You there, big guy. Can't you load these shells any faster? On it, ma'am. You shouldn't be moving about so much, Russ. You need to mind your health. Shut it. Encioda stashed some lovely little things up here in the mountains, and I finally have a golden opportunity to play with these new toys. On my order, aim at Castor's flagship, then fire! Let them get a taste of KJERAGANDR's protection. Ooh. They've got cannons up in the damn mountain. That reminds me of Neon Genesis Evangelion, or the Evangelion movies, where they have the mountainside, and when the angels are attacking, there's the stationary cannons that are all blasting at it. They do nothing, but in here they do. That's pretty cool. Madam Sears, the mission Sir Enciotis entrusted us with was intimidating Castor's fleet. Perhaps please keep in mind that he is still aboard the Gloriana. If we do not follow the plan, I shall be forced to stop you. I know. Sheesh. Can't even take a joke. These are the secrets my sister and Enciotis had been keeping quiet about all this time. This whole time. You really are something, Weiss. The Victorians are scouring the mountains for Enciotis' arsenal, but they never would have expected it was right in front of their eyes, in our logistics vehicles. I can't believe she'd hide this even from me. Gratitos, the next time I see you, I'm going to. This was the most crucial mission Sir Enciotis gave me. These weapons, their scale, their very existence, is KJERAG's greatest secret. Even now, we still need to keep quiet about them. Our biggest trump card is that the Victorians have no idea how much military power we have. We need to keep Castor's judgment off balance. Nobody can really say what would happen if her fleet really did take one step forward after all. I am well aware of the situation right now. You don't need to explain it to me bit by bit. Gratitos, this time, make sure you take care of yourself. Your Grace, we still have no way of confirming the artillery's whereabouts. We have informed all ships to enter defense mode. No need for your report. All you need to know is that at this very moment, there are enough large-scale cannons in Mount Carlin to shred the entirety of your fleet. All your ships are within range. You think 2 shells is enough for me to believe you have the power to annihilate my fleet? D5 east, 200 meters. Like a chess call. I love it. The moment Enciotis speaks, a precision shell lands by the eastern flank of the Gloriana. The blast wave lifts up the hems of the pair's clothes. God, that's so cool. It seems there's no need for further proof. Surely this weaponry is not the product of your own research. Which of them has been helping you? Gododin? Normandy? Is that really such an important question right now? You may cut off KJERAG's connections to our allies, but we have our ways of finding new ones. Such painstaking effort just for your opening. Merely tactics we were forced to use. With such limited time, KJERAG's military development had no choice but to pursue another specialization. Even if we were given another 10 years, I fear KJERAG would still be unable to muster up a fleet that could stand against yours. But it seems your formidable vessels have made you forget that the battlefield is not only a clash between warships. KJERAG only means to defend ourselves, and we have no intention of robbing other nations of their coin. So compared to high-speed battleships, we went for a more suitable option. Our mountains form a natural barrier. When lined with artillery, they serve as a natural shield, an aegis you have no hope of breaking. But when all is said and done, If you had not prematurely treated these negotiations as a surrender, you would not have fallen into such passivity. Then, you were determined to open hostilities with me today. Hardly. Just as how your fleet did not come here with the intent to wage war with Yerag, my goal today is simply to facilitate a discussion. I too have prepared an agreement for you. It contains various clauses on things such as tariffs between Victoria and Yerag, and our joint mining protections. You may look over it now. Once you have signed it, Yerag will be happy to escort you safely back to Victoria. You think you can threaten me like this, child? Too radical a stance at the negotiating table will only serve to betray your lack of confidence. If I call your bluff and order my ships forward, then things will get ugly. It would be an incredible shame. I had considered this possibility before I came to these talks. It's just that, if people far in the future were to discuss how the Duke of Castor and some insignificant nobody died fighting each other in the snow, why, that would certainly bring shame to the Castor name. Perhaps even all of Victoria. But in Yerag, if I am gone, there are countless others who will do what I would have done. They will continue developing Yerag until she has become a nation none can sneer at. I know that accepting such an unfair agreement must also be a difficult choice for you. I can give you half an hour, but know this, for every minute you hesitate, all energy prices mentioned in the agreement will increase just a little, a condition Victoria cannot refuse. This is the price you must pay for trampling across our land. He's got her in checkmate right now. There's just so much blood. Deckenbreaker. She needs emergency treatment. You got any more bandages here? I'll go find some. Deckenbreaker, how did you get so hurt? She held off 17 Chobi Ashers by herself. She's something, all right. The enemy's retreated for now, so my team will take over guarding this place from her. But there's still so many Victorian soldiers out there. What will you... I'll keep going until my mission is complete. More people are going to get hurt. Is something going on outside again? Let me reconfirm. Orders are to carry out a frontal assault on the Vinebead Court? Assault the Vinebead Court and rescue the abducted Victorian citizen. And capture Ratatus, who might be carrying key military secrets of Yerag. Acknowledged. All hands, load live ammunition. We storm the court. Before you is holy ground. None may enter as they please. Please leave. If you don't wish to be harmed, then let us through. That is an order. Excuse me. Are you refusing? You have obeyed your orders in coming here. So too do we obey Jeragander's commands as we do the same. Let us follow our hearts and do what we must do. She makes her appearance in the final act like this. That's beautiful. Enya has changed into her most solemn of clothes, treading once more onto the road that tested the Saintesses. She thinks of the countless Saintesses of a millennium ago who walked this rocky path. Her every step echoes with theirs across the ages. What wishes did they carry with them when they met with Jeragander of their hearts? The Jeragander of their hearts. Did any of them question the existence of their god? And did any of them receive her favor? As for her, how did she climb this mountain the first time around? It was such a long time ago. The emotions she felt had become hazy. Her memories of the time had begun to deform. Enya never thought this road could be so smooth, so friendly. As if she were taking a relaxing walk home, or preparing to go meet a dear friend whom she had not seen in a long while. Almost there. The gray-yellow sky is covered in thick clouds, streaked with faint lightning. Chill winds have picked up. She finally reaches the summit. Enya kneels, shuts her eyes, and begins to pray. Ooh. If you can still hear my voice, if you are still the merciful KJERAGANDR who loves all men who live here, my beloved KJERAGANDR, this is the last time. I ask that you hear my prayer. I have asked countless times what made YERAG, what made us the way we are. Your existence might not be the answer to this question, but it is still a small miracle, one to rejoice in. I want to believe that the things you left upon this land are blessings, not shackles. Throughout the centuries, you have accompanied our civilization as it grew, as a loving and wise teacher. And centuries from now, the people of this land will have the power to move mountains and touch the sky, yet they shall still praise your name. We will remember your kindness. We will thank you for your companionship. We will leave the cradle of your protection. I ask that you allow me to be your vicar, so that I may protect KJERAG one last time. This is my final prayer. Light shines from her palm. A gentle force calms the raging wind, stilling even the flow of time itself across this ancient land. The catastrophe clouds begin to scatter. The dread disaster about to strike the land has been subdued by some awesome might. The clouds part, showering the devout woman in a kindly radiance. The wind stops. A catastrophe alert! That's some good timing. We only just installed this warning device and it's already coming in handy. We need to inform the government to evacuate people right away. Oh no, the danger level. The alert stopped all of a sudden? But how? A steep drop in Originium energy fluctuations. Are the monitors broken or... KJERAGANDR. The old man hobbles along the rugged trail, walking towards the depths of the mountains. It is where he has consigned himself to. He stops by the side of a cliff. Why do you wish to jump? All my life, I have lived a lie. I should have been her servant, but I deceived her. Deceived myself. It was my arrogance, my impiety that led me down this undignified and evil road. I cannot forgive myself. All I can do is end this sinful life. But if this is how you go, all the snows can do is bury your body. They can't cover up your mistakes. No confession comes too late. You need only repent in your heart, and you will be reborn. You know, I can't quite recall. KJERAGANDR? Is that what she said? As KJERAG's most knowledgeable elder, there is still so much you can do, right? You... The sky suddenly clears, the fierce sunlight dazzling the old man's eyes. He sees the rays of light tear through the clouds. His chest, too, seems to burn. Is this a miracle? Just this once, Enya. From now on, everything really is in your hands. Sorry, when the time is right, I'll come see you. Her final gift. This is your final warning. This operation is not targeted at KJERAG civilians. Please leave immediately. If you refuse to cooperate, we cannot guarantee your safety. The officer raises his blade high as he gives the civilians a stern warning, but none of them budge. Soon, more and more people begin to gather. Clerics, craftsmen, herdsmen, merchants. They stand across from the soldiers by their own accord, forming a silent wall. One person squeezes out from the crowd. She raises her hands, walking between the two groups. Several operators dressed in Rhodes Island uniforms follow behind her. I'm the hostage you said you were going to rescue. The people of KJERAG never abducted me. In fact, it was Victorian agents who trapped me in there, trying to destroy the evidence I have of Victorian operations in KJERAG. They've even harmed the people trying to protect me. All the evidence you want so badly, is hidden somewhere you cannot touch. If you make any further moves, it will be immediately released to the public. If you still want to silence me, then do as you will. But these crimes you have committed on sovereign KJERAG land, under the banner of nobility, you will never be able to cover them up. We're not any sort of superior civilization. We're just better at cheating and swindling. Just stop it already. This farce. You... The gloomy sky suddenly clears. As one, everyone lifts their heads. The clouds covering the heavens disperse, replaced by a rainbow spanning the horizon. And so, all cruelty and fear are wiped from the hearts of men. The sunlight dazzles the eyes as if it were advice, or perhaps a deterrent. The soldiers cannot help but lay down their arms. Time is short. I am afraid that things will not turn for the better if you delay. What is your Grace's decision? I am suddenly reminded of something you once said. I could never imagine what sort of power a united nation might possess. Is today the day I get to experience it for myself? What you see is but one minute aspect of it. If you ever have the chance to deepen your understanding of her, I believe you will be very much pleasantly surprised. In truth, this is a topic I only fully understood long after I left Victoria. Perhaps it can also answer the question you posed me. Why once great empires became feeble, and how poor lands can stand tall. A nation's government, its institutions, whether its leader is the Lord of Lions or Parliament, whether Saintus or the clans. These are important things to consider, yes, but the crux shall fall forever be the people. The crux shall forever be the people. Just as a great navigator cannot hope to lead a whole pocked flotilla forward, no leader can change the fate of a nation using solely their own strength. You say that, yet your words do not agree with your actions. Were you not prepared to change the destiny of all Yerag with your own two hands? I believe in the people who live upon this land, people of faith. I know you have devised all sorts of means to confirm that the mysterious power of the famed KJERAGANDR truly does protect Yerag. But you see, what blocks your way is indeed KJERAGANDR's might. You are the same as you ever were, still so full of mettle, so eager to display yourself. Impressive. This little gamble of yours has managed to get the better of me, but this time I will not let you off easy the way I do with mediocre men. And so... Huh? What is that? The people on deck look out to the distance. They see the thick clouds layered across the sky be torn open by some divine power. They see the ancient Mount Carlin bathed in radiance. It is a beautiful sight, enough to stir the hearts of people and inspire reverence. Is it her wrath or her mercy? The word holy might never have come to the minds of the irreligious, but at this moment, the same thought blooms in the hearts of all. This is a pure land, one that must not be violated. Your Grace, our intelligence indicates that this KJERAGANDR has already vanished from Yerag, but we cannot confirm what is causing the phenomenon in the sky. What should we do, Your Grace? I had wanted to see this gamble through, but unfortunately they have added one last weight to the balance, and we cannot stop the scales of victory from pointing their way. What more can we even do? Sound the retreat. Chokehold complete. All right, the final story. Here we go. Much shorter. Saintus, the clerics who followed the sinner Adso in betraying the Vinebead Court have all pled guilty. They are all currently being kept in another one of our estates, awaiting your judgment. How do you intend to punish them, great Saintus? The great hall is deserted. The seats lie bare, even though they are full most days. Only a single young cleric sits before her, awaiting her word with bowed head. I have heard of what happened during the unrest. They were led astray by Adso and did much wrong, but I believe their hearts were always focused on defending Yerag. Them stepping forward to confront the intruders is atonement enough. There is no moral nor logical reason to sentence them to heavy punishment. Even with her new sprite, for her new look, they still give her kitty face, and I love it. Have them go about the lands of the three clans. It is their duty to help the people complete this winter's farm work. They are also to examine themselves and ask how the scriptures they recite every day can be put into practice. Once spring comes, they may return to the court. Yes, your holiness. Is there anything else? Great Saintus, if I may be so bold as to ask for your guidance. During your pilgrimage, did you hear KJERAGANDR's will? Why do you ask? Have you forgotten that we should not demand she show herself? The cleric lowers his head even further, hesitantly speaking further. People believe that when the Victorians invaded, she worked another miracle and scared them into retreating. I don't know why, but I feel like this is more of a wave goodbye. I think maybe around the time that catastrophe happened, KJERAGANDR had already left us. If you wish to punish me for my impiety, Saintess, I will also. Matthew. You are Matthew, correct? Can you tell me why you decided to join the court? When I was younger, my parents had 5 children to feed, and our fields were not up for the task. They decided to send me, the youngest, to the court. They would save on having to feed one more mouth, and I would be fed by the court as well. I studied hard, of course. I have been carefully reciting the KJERAGANDR these past few years, studying all her teachings. But I have seen Yerag change a lot since then. There are too many things I have never heard of, things that not even KJERAGANDR can explain. I had thought that as long as we had enough to eat and a roof over our heads to keep out the wind and snow, we would live out our days in happiness. But why is it now, when we have those things, that we become even more lost? Saintess, could it be that the people of Yerag have strayed too far from the road she has shown us? Which led KJERAGANDR to leave us? When has KJERAGANDR ever shown her people one specific road to follow? When the first peoples came to these mountains, using their picks to split the frozen ground and their axes to hew trees for homes, they could never have imagined that today the people of this land have fixed their gazes beyond the stars. But equally, KJERAGANDR has never promised us a land of purity, eternally free from disaster. We will face ever greater dangers, seeking our way through all kinds of trials, until one day we arrive before her and we ask her our questions about ourselves. But Your Holiness, KJERAGANDR is our greatest sage, our teacher, our leader. Does she truly have no commands for her people? It is not a command per se, but consider for a moment the most important wisdom KJERAGANDR gave us has already been written in our scripture long ago, has it not? Remember the path you walked and let not yourself forget. Fear the blizzard that has yet to come and let not yourself be arrogant. Clutch your bows and arrows, pickaxes and hoes tight, and let not yourself be careless. Love your brothers and sisters, love your neighbors and friends, and love the rocks and hills, the grass and trees, as you would love your own siblings. Heed these words, and no calamity shall prevail over you, and your home and hearth will be safe forevermore. Back at the outpost. Still busy, Elena? Director Silence. I heard you're still handling the observation data from before. Hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm recalculating my models using the data I got on Mount Carlin. If all goes well, we should be able to get the precise location of where that extraterrestrial object fell on Yerag. It beats running across the mountains looking for it. This is a major discovery, and it's all thanks to your courage and determination. You've done well, Elena. You don't need to praise me for doing my job, Director. It's kinda embarrassing. Oh, right. Heard anything new about Carolyn? Shakes head. We still haven't managed to find her, but our investigation over the last few days found a lot of definitive proof she was in Yerag as a spy. I'm sorry, but we have to admit those accusations against her were true. I remember the time I worked with her. Her face whenever she talked about the sky. I don't think you can fake that sort of passion. I don't understand why she would. Ideals and future are beautiful words, weightless and romantic without form or substance. But the people who are the vectors of those concepts, they are still weighed down by the gravity of reality. I hope that one day you'll have the chance to ask her yourself. I almost forgot. I read your report. Coordination academics could never get past the theoretical stage when discussing Fahrenmuts, since they never found any real proof of them. Most people write those creatures off as mythical mumbo-jumbo. But now, you managed to actually find Fahrenmut biosignatures in Yerag. These incredibly rare observation data might even lead to a massive breakthrough. It will be a significant step forward for you to be the one to publish this discovery. Thanks, Director. But I don't really have plans to publish it at the moment. Oh? Is there something else you're worried about? Oh, forget it. Leaving aside the fact that this was a complete coincidence and I only stumbled across this stuff with the help of 2 friends, I haven't discovered anything amazing at all. Besides, our current understanding of Farenmoots can barely even be considered superficial. I can't imagine publishing this would bring about anything except even more of a headache for KJERAG. If a thirst for knowledge is a scientist's greatest mind, then a thirst for quick results is their greatest enemy. Eagerness for success, eagerness for leaving behind your name in the books, even eagerness for an answer, something to prove you're on the right track. But I won't rush things this time. I'm not in a hurry to prove myself to anyone. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. The people of the past made lots of mistakes as they explored Terra. Why do I need to try and be a wise woman who hasn't made any? I've still got plenty of time. Before I head off, I need to recognize that I don't know a thing about Terra. An impressive outlook. I respect your choice. Oh shucks, I'm not impressive at all. Honestly, I just want more time to make sure this survey is the best it can be. This way, I won't make a fool of myself publishing a half-baked paper. Oh, the calculations are done. Got it. We'll find it at... Uh-oh. Is he still not back yet? I thought you still had some recuperating to do before you could get out of bed. No need to worry about me. You don't know a thing about a warrior's mettle. It seems he had his way in the end. The 2 of them look around. The vast office feels more spacious than ever, much of its former decor having just been moved out. Their conversation echoes slightly in the empty space. Hardly the first time. I was curious to see how he planned to clean up this mess he left behind, but it seems the plan was to just dump it all on you. It sounds like you have your complaints about him as well. Would you believe me if I said I am fighting on your behalf? I never actually expected him to return. It's the same story every time. He always has his ways of getting everyone to do what he wants, whether they're his enemies or his friends and family. Never caring about what others think. Always making his own schemes, giving tasks nobody wants to do to the people around him. Then shouldering the hardest part himself. You're the last one still putting in a good word for him. In moments like these, I can only understand Enya and Encia's urge to slam his head into the ground. Against the ground. Alright, enough grumbling now. Moving on then. There's only one set of shoulders the heavy responsibility of handling Cardinal trade can fall on now. Do your best, Chairman Edelweiss. I wish you the very best in your new position. I thank you for your kindness, but I'm currently considering creating a special position for the Black Knight. Director of Public Relations, perhaps. Or maybe a brand ambassador. Things like that. Just know that it won't be light work. Alright, defeat me and I'll take the job right here and right now. I forfeit. Nothing you can do about it then. Take care now, Chairman Gnosis. Wait, Degenbreaker. Are you going to leave? I know not everything happening right now is as he promised. Making KJERAG big enough for the both of us. That's what he said. While the stage he set for us is hardly small, what he asks us to do is not as we first intended. So if you're feeling weary of all this, time flies. I've been working for him for a while now that I think of it. Enjoying myself? Hardly. Feeling weary? I would not go that far. But there was one thing off about your little speech. The ones standing in this room are not Enciotis' subordinates or attendees, and are certainly not cubs that need his care. We were never waiting for him to create something for us, nor were we expecting something in return from him. We each walk our own roads that just happen to go the same way for a while. So if there's anything you really can't get done without me, come find me. Huh. There is one thing I will not compromise on. No promotion ceremonies. Oh, God. And she ends it with a smile. So we finally get the chance to meet Mr. Silverash. Oh, he's the vice president of, Columbia. That's, Jackson, I think is his name. I am truly honored to receive you in person. I hope your trip to the Snow Realm has been smooth so far. Smoother than silk, aside from my secretary banning me from skiing. That one's a mighty shame. First of all, I'd like to thank you. When I was talking with our scientists, they all gave rave reviews when it came to Carlin Trade providing them a safe working environment in Yerag. Whether it's making sure the observation station was supplied during the catastrophe or protecting the scientists during the unrest, Yerag has shown the responsibility a modern civilization should have. Rhine Lab's preliminary work in Yerag is going smoothly, and you and your team deserve some recognition. We were merely doing our jobs. I hope this will make you believe just how much our cooperation with Columbia means to us. Yerag has made our preparations. We will do all we can so that when the next terror-shaking wave strikes, we can seize the opportunity. Future. It's a word that really captivates people. From a certain point of view, Columbia and Yerag are both young nations. I believe there are times that youth isn't such a bad thing, because it's the young who have the courage and energy to embrace the future one step ahead of the others. Oh, right. On my way to Yerag, I heard about a little incident that really surprised me. I hear your Yerag had a little friction with Victoria's Duke of Castor a few days ago. So I wanted to ask, do you think Victoria is a credible threat to Yerag and to the safety of Rhine Lab? Please believe me when I say that Columbia is willing and able to work alongside Yerag to preserve the international order among the core nations. If you're interested, I thank you for your kindness, Mr. Vice President. Victoria is our neighbor, and they have always kept close watch on Yerag's development. On this one point, they are the same as Columbia. Oh, I hope that's not meant to be criticism. Since competition and friction are unavoidable, Yerag has no intention of complicating such matters. What I hope for is to be able to have an open and sincere dialogue between us. This ancient land of Yerag still has many mysteries that urgently need resolving. We must keep in mind that this is the very reason we are seeking cooperation. History and religion, ancient mysteries full of charm. One of the rumors I heard said the Duke called the retreat because she saw Yerag's protector god, KJERAGANDR, work a miracle at a pivotal moment. The Duke of Castor is a shrewd politician. A mere miracle would not sway her, I'm afraid. It is simply that she realized if she wanted to achieve her political goals in Yerag, she would have to pay a much higher price than she anticipated. This is why she abandoned the idea of making us her foe. A brilliant gambit, I must say, but in the eyes of others, this is also a signal. Within the landscape of the core nations, a new state has risen, and Yerag stands ready for the next round of competition, which will be crueler than ever. Do you think this is what you intended? Rather than saying this is any one person's desire, I would rather say it is the inevitable outcome. Terra cannot give Yerag the time we need to develop, and since competition and conflict are unavoidable, showing our neighbors our determination is not necessarily bad. It will let them know that Yerag will not give up the chase simply because we have lagged behind a moment, nor will we lose heart in defending our interests because of a lack of military power. Through competition, advanced development, amidst conflict, seek peace. This is Yerag's choice. You sure are something, Mr. Silverash. You're like a seasoned statesman when it comes to all sorts of things. Might be a bit bold, but would you mind one last question? You've resigned your position as chairman of Carlin Trade, and you've maintained the legitimacy of the Vinebead Court in Yerag. What would you say your role in the country is? A determined, proactive reformer, or a powerful warlord, or maybe the true power behind Yerag hidden in the shadows? I am afraid this is not a question I can answer for you, Mr. Vice President. When people in the distant future discuss this period of history, see if they will still remember the Silverash name. I hope they will see the name as one of the countless stones forming the foundation of Yerag's ascent into the coming era. The manse is deserted. All is arranged as it was, yet shines as if new. Standing here once more brings only the sense of a lifetime having passed by. Master, you've returned. I have. Are my sisters not here? The young mistresses were unaware you would be returning today. If I had known, I would have asked them to stay. How long has it been since you last had a meal together? No need to trouble yourself. There will always be time later. I think I shall take a little break today. It's been a long while since my last. And I am afraid I shall have to trouble you with another matter, as it so happens you have received a telephone call. Is it a telephone, or one of those long-distance information transfer? One of those newfangled Colombian toys. Would you be receiving it now? Connect me. Ah, yes, I thought it might be you. All is well here, thanks to your aid with the prior matter. It was of highest importance to Yerag. A victory? I don't believe we should call it that. Our patients set up and long-term build-up are receiving the outcome they deserve, nothing more. Save your suspense over victory or defeat for the next time we meet across the board. Surface temperature 17.8 degrees, stable. Radioactivity index 97.5, stable. All indices within safe limits. Target is stable. Proceed with sampling. KJERAGANDR, this really is something that fell from outer space. Didn't think we'd get the chance to see it for ourselves. KJERAGANDR, indeed. Our Yerag's been changing a little too fast, I feel like. Hello, Elena, can you hear me? How are you doing in there? Hunky-dory? I don't feel too great, honestly. New model of power armor, still not too used to it. Everything's gone dark in here. I think I might have hit a power switch or something by accident. Wait, it's you, Director Mulesies. You're blocking the camera. Oopsies, sorries. Of course. Look, there's no need to be so nervous. Most of the armor's functions are automated. Just imagine you're wearing a nice thick hazmat suit. Also, Nasty promised me this model has a 100% reliable emergency eject function. I'll shoot you out to safety the moment it smells trouble. It'll shoot me out? What if I go too high or something? No, this really isn't the time to worry about that. Seriously, relax a little. This is your career's big moment, you know. You should be enjoying it. Alrighty then. All ready? I've gotten this far. Alright, let's do this. Deep within the mountains hides a clearing rarely set foot in by man. The mysterious object that fell from the heavens lies in the center of the clearing. Surrounding it are countless probes and sensors like some ancient altar. Elena slowly moves the power armor forwards. She can sense countless eyes boring holes into her even through the cockpit. Everyone awaits this historic first contact. The irregular indigo object is right in front of her. Elena takes a few deep breaths, then slowly stretches out her hands. The robotic arms make contact with it. There's no explosion, or flash of light, or unexpected activity. It is like an ordinary handshake, as gentle as a snowflake falling to the ground. Battle theme from Lone Trail. You've got the preliminary analysis of the sample, Chief Erbica. What's it say? The results are really surprising. We have no idea what 70% of its composition is. It's not any sort of material known to man, but it seems like its structure has been severely damaged. As for the remaining 30%, we're sure that there's fundamentally no difference between its main component and the somatic cells of Terra's elves. Did you say elves? But why would elves come from outer space? It might be completely unimaginable, but based on what we've seen from the sample, this conclusion is clear. If we're sure that this part of it is just like an elf, then wouldn't the damage to its structure mean that it ran into some sort of danger before it fell? Anya! So this is the meteorite you were looking for. And, Saintus, what are you doing here? Shh, not too loud. I snuck out of the court. I could hardly miss the chance to see our guest from beyond the sky up close. It seems rather more dangerous than I imagined. Unknown objects always have a certain amount of danger. Its fall onto Yerag, was it pure coincidence or some sort of unexpected factor? Or to put it another way, what sort of causal relationship does it have with Jeragander's dormancy? Right now, we don't even know where to start with our research. The life of a scientist is bitter work indeed. Oh, what is this screen for? That's a sonographic imager. Based on our observations, this unknown object is constantly sending out a type of infrasonic wave. It's very regular, always repeating across the same frequency band. How curious. If it weren't for your explanation, I would have thought this was some kind of writing. Writing? The shape of this frequency closely resembles ancient Yerag symbols that were used to transmit information. It's very simple. With an extremely limited vocabulary, it's mostly carved on rocks or trees to inform your friends of the prey's location or the movements of a fierce beast. That sort of information. The similarities are striking now that I think more about it. Enya, can you read this language? Could you translate it? Only somewhat. If you want to decipher it, I'll have to go back to the Hall of Writings to find memory and symbols. I've got it here. Huh? When I snuck into the Vine Beat Court, I scanned all the books they let you borrow the whole way through with my terminal, just in case. Aha! Here! I didn't think you would. I'm begging you, Enya, please. All right, I'll give it a try.
Enya takes the terminal from Elena, and with some guidance, she finds the relevant text. She looks at the diagram in the ancient tome, writing out her translation in the snow with her finger. Destruction has arrived. Ooh, what a way to end the story. Holy crap, chat. That is amazing.
Here's a carnival
All right,
costume.
Pookie.
Put it on.
Let's wrap this up. Ooh, what a rush of a story. What an incredible, incredible tale. And man, is that something that really, really sets the pace forward for this and moves the story further, because while we deal with learning that KJERAGANDR was a Farenmut all along, and that things are changing between the political climate of Yerag and Victoria, we also now have a mysterious object from space, and it's looking grim. What could this mean going forward? I'm excited. That gave me chills. That gave me freaking chills, man. I am very, very excited for that. Wow. I cannot wait. Very, very thrilling story and a very powerful political power struggle in this one, but also a grapple with religion and with the idea of whether or not the god was real, whether or not the miracles were performed by her, whether or not the miracles were real or something else. And then you have the aspect of Ryan Lab, of Elena, of everyone trying to use the science side of things. But then more confusion comes when she can't prove everything. More confusion comes with the discovery of the Farenmut that nobody thought was real. With now this discovery of an object that shares composition with the elves. And Mulesies, that's a whole new discovery, because Mulesies has been wondering where the elves are. Why is she the only one? Why can't they find others? There's grasps with that in her story, in her tale. But now, the elves may not have been on Terra all along. There is so much cool stuff coming here, and I am pumped. I am thrilled. I cannot wait to see further. And I just, in general, I am very excited to see where the story goes now. And now, of course, during the time that we've had this, we've also had the Chapter 7, or Chapter 17, or Episode 17, come out now in China, and we know that Calcet's coming back. So there is more driving this story forward, and so many new developments coming, and these side stories are all bringing us towards that. So what is the story leading towards next? I don't know. I don't have those answers yet, but we will soon. So let me know in the chat, or in the comments, if you guys enjoyed this story and what has you excited for the future of Arknights. Let me know what your favorite part is, and if any of the new operators tickled your fancy, the new altars or Snow Hunter, or even the stages. Did you have any trouble with the stages or the bosses or anything like that? Let me know. We'll talk about it down in the comments. But that is it for this one. Appreciate you all for being here, for taking the time out of your day to watch this. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're new and you want to see more. That, we will see you all next time.